forgot to turn the mic on and forgot to turn that on. There we go. Hi guys, Aaron here. I am the creator, well, one of the co-creators of Lime and Lemon. Not very often that you guys end up seeing my face on this channel. Usually it's just our fun little characters. But we're going to try something a little bit different today. And kind of in honor both of completing a previous season and starting up a new one, we are going to do a little developer kind of behind the scenes live stream of letting you guys see how we create the first episode by actually creating the first episode. And then after you see that, while you're seeing that, we are going to allow you to ask your questions about the series, and any questions we get, I will try and answer as they come up. So yeah, that is the goal. I would like to try and finish creating our entire kind of like short for the video that's going to release on Friday and stream. That might not end up being the case, but that will at least be the goal for this evening, is to actually create the short that you guys will end up seeing on Friday, showing you kind of how we put it together and answering your questions along the way. And if this takes off and does well, then we'll do another. And if it doesn't, it doesn't. So let's get right into it. There we go. All right, so I already have just Premiere Pro pulled up, which is what I use, and I've got all of my documents here. Again, feel free to ask questions at any time. I'm actively watching the chat, and I will happily answer any questions that you guys have for me. But you guys are going to end up kind of seeing here really, let's get some music on. We're going to probably have to turn that off after a certain point once I have to start like audio mixing. For like the music in the actual show, but for now that'll at least be a nice little bit of something to listen to while we are editing. This is obviously not Lime and Lemon stuff. This is just Spotify on lo-fi. Most of the stuff's royalty free, so sorry, I'm just finishing something up here. Anyway, you guys are going to end up seeing like a very, very raw process here, because I meant to actually have audio clips ready to go, and egg on my face, that didn't end up happening. So we are going to have to do this right from the start pretty much. The only thing I have set up is the program right now. What file type is this? An M4A. So Premiere Pro does not like M4A. So I'm going to real quick just go ahead and open up Studio One. This is the DAW that I make all of the music and stuff for Lime and Lemon with. Start normally. I don't know why it thinks I need to start with like a handicap or something. But yeah, go ahead and ask questions at any point. I am absolutely more than happy to answer them. And then hi, everybody who's tuning in later. I apologize for the very, very short lead time on this. Usually we try to give you guys like a solid heads up notice on when we do streams, but I had asked for an ad to be done while I was on vacation this weekend so that it could be put up on like Saturday or Sunday. And I got told, yeah, we'll work on that. And then once it took until like literally, what was it? Like 30 minutes before 4 o'clock today. And then I finally got the ad that I asked for on like Saturday. And it wasn't even an ad. It was actually just a thumbnail. So, you know, that was fun. But yeah, that's why there's no real lead time on like telling you guys about this. I really wish there was, because I feel bad about not really announcing it and just kind of throwing it on here. So I'm imagining a lot of you guys are probably just now kind of coming in like after the fact, right? You're watching the stream after the fact. By the way, go ahead and ask some questions. If you're not in the live chat, if you're watching this after the fact, go ahead and ask some questions. Depending on how easy the questions are to answer, I'll try to answer your questions that are in the comment section after this live stream is over too, just to kind of supplement that whole mix up, right? Actually, let me see. I should just be able to export the stem. Yeah, export stems. Except I don't want to call it that. I'm going to call it what Liz had it called earlier, which is comic 100. Lime score comic 100. By the way, it's obviously not the 100th comic that I've written. The reason I have the numbers as this for now is more of like a production thing that distinguishes that they are not part of the mainline comic series that we're doing. So that's why the number is 100. So, what do you mean? Oh, right. It's the freaking... I go, okay, cool. Song loop. Do they not have, like, to the end of the export track? Wave file, real time. Duration 1 hour. See, this is goofy. I was trying to get around having to put up the loop. Apparently I have to extend the loop all the way over here. Ooh. Whee! Okay, there we go. Now it should export fine. Export stem, between loop. 10 minutes and 52 seconds. And I actually don't know where that's exporting to, so it's probably exporting where I don't want it. Woo! Wee! Ugh. Anyway. Yeah. Ugh. I will be very curious to see who all ends up showing up to this. Because we're going to be going pretty much until we have to stop. 17 seconds. We're almost there. Yeah, this is definitely one of the more frustrating parts. But I think overall, I think this will turn out well. Okay, Comic 100, stems. Definitely just wanted to take the, where'd Lime go? There we go. Boop. And there we go. And now I can just delete this. No, I don't want to save that because I literally just had it there so that I can make a file. And we are going to open up Audacity now. Okay, and Audacity is where I usually do most of my cutting up. So this is going to sound a little bit different than actually what a lot of Liz's files sound like. That is because, Liz is the voice actor for Lime, by the way. This is going to sound a little different because we were actually on a voice call together, and this is like a stitched up version of just her part of that voice call. So, and I honestly forget what all was said in that voice call, apart from lines. So we'll probably hear some kind of weird things. Also, I'm just gotta check this real quick. Computer audio is not on. Okay, so you guys will be able to hear that if, let's see. Oh, there we go. Okay. But it's a little loud, so I'm gonna just turn down computer audio a slight bit. I actually don't know. Yeah. There we go. I'm gonna turn down computer audio. That should be good.
I don't think so. I'll just send to. You can just, yeah, read. But if you have notes, yeah.
Oh, right. I need to pull up the lines because I actually forget I need to pull up the comic and see what the comic looked like. Comic. Oops, you guys are seeing a little bit ahead. Except I doubt you can read that. So here we go. This is what we're judging things by.
I don't think so. I'll just get into it. I don't know if that I need you to read before everyone too.
You can
Okay.
barely hear my voice in the background of that.
Okay. So this is for Comic 100 Prologue.
Okay, also we need to get rid of all that backroom noise. In terms of how the mic was set up, I was a little disappointed when I heard this back. I was like, oh man, because I typically ask Liz to make sure that her mic setup is good before we start, and she's like, yeah, it's fine, just not fine. The gain needed to be down a lot more, so we're gonna have to noise reduce it, unfortunately. Oh yeah, okay, cool. It should sound better though.
Okay.
Yeah, that sounds a lot better.
Okay. So this is for Comic 100.
So we know which one that is. I'm just gonna delete all that.
I think you'll like it. It's complicated.
Okay, so that's gonna be line 1. So we'll call it line 1. Actually, I think I usually capitalize the L. Maybe L1. L2. And L3. That is not an L. That is an L. That is not a 3. That is a 3. Alright. So she said, I think you'll like it. It's complicated. That is... Whoop. Be line 1 here. And I usually just, like, I go through and I collect all the versions.
It's complicated. Yes, but not just a town sim game. It's a historical town sim game.
It sounds like Townsend. Which I think is what I told her that night. Like I said, it sounds like you're saying Townsend.
Okay, well, 3, I have... Well, I mean, within reason.
Okay, there we go. This is what I'm looking for. That right there. Sounds like that is line 3. Okay.
Okay,
So this is just nonsense. So let's just remove that.
Deleted. Wait, is it the... Okay, because 3 is listed, so, well, yeah, switch.
Okay. That's all conversation.
Well, I mean, within reason.
Okay, that is line 3 again.
The evolutions happen in an order like they did with our ancestors, with a little science fiction in the mix.
Okay. That is L4. Man, I suck at numbers and letters. Just part of the reason I can suck at them. Okay, I'm guessing. Oh no. So that was probably this part. Yep, that. Okay. Okay.
And there's a cool late game.
Oh, that is line 5. I'm probably not going to use all these first takes because I was with her in the call, and I know that there's some ones that, like, you know, usually it gets better as you go, for the most part, till you hit that sweet spot, and then you do, like, 5 of the sweet spot, and then you're done.
Yep. 1 and 2.
That is the next. Except I probably don't want to use that one because it bakes in that kind of middle part and is very, very loud on the audio. So I probably don't want to use that one. Mm-hmm.
Okay. 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 I think you'll like it. It's complicated.
Okay, there's my second. Think you'll like it. It's complicated. So we'll cut that and throw it over here. Let's get rid of some of this stuff that we're kind of like waiting on. Get rid of that too.
I think you'll oh, okay. I think it's fine on my recording, but we can keep going. Yeah, because it cuts out the high pitch. Yeah. Okay. Which is funny because I have like the stuff that cuts out. What do you call it? Like the I don't know. Though. It's complicated. I think you'll like it. It's complicated.
There we go. That's our next line. What's that?
Get stuff like that. Yes, noise gate.
Okay, so that's all conversation there. So we're gonna remove that.
Do it again though. Add then panel 2.
Come on.
Lower. Yes, but not just a Townsend game. It's a yes, but not just a Townsend game. It's a historical Townsend game. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Flub. That's a flub.
Uh-huh. Yes, but not just a town. Yes, but not just a Townsend game. It's a historical Townsend game.
It's closer. I'll allow that one to go through. It can be in the running for line 2, it looks like. There we go. If Liz ever listens back to this, she's gonna just love that this is all here.
Town sim. Okay. Okay. Yes, but not just a Townsend game. It's a historical Townsend game.
That one's probably gonna end up getting cut in the long run, but we'll keep it for now because she starts to fall off at the end. So there we go. By the way, if you're wondering why I have this big trail of audio here, it is because it's easier to not have to solo this thing.
Okay.
If I can help it.
Town sim. For what? What would you even call it?
Okay.
No, it's oh jeez. Oh jeez.
It's all conversation.
Yes, but not just.
Yes, but not just a Townsend game, a historical Townsend game. There we go. We will figure out which one I like the best later, but for now, that's just all we're doing.
Sorry. Okay.
So, cool. Let's see.
Yes, but not just a Townsend game. It's a historical Townsend game. Oh, that was worse. Okay, we'll leave it. Well, I mean, within reason.
Okay, that, well, I mean, within reason is within reason. So we will take that. We'll throw that over here.
Well, I mean, within reason.
That one's pretty good. So we'll take that and we'll throw it in here.
Well, I mean, within reason.
That one works, so we'll throw it in here. Okay.
Well, I mean, within reason.
Did a lot of these.
Well, I mean, within reason.
Okay, gonna take one of those. Throw it in here.
Yeah. Okay.
Just, yeah, okay, there we go. I don't need those, I've already guessed. How far left have we got to go on this thing? About 4 minutes, that's not terrible.
Reason. The evolutions happen in an order like they did with our ancestors, with a little science fiction in the mix.
Okay. I think that is line 4.
And there's a cool game.
Oh, fuck. Okay.
Oops.
Restart.
Game! The evolutions happen in order like they did with our ancestors, with a little science fiction in the mix.
Okay, so let's take all of that. Okay, that should take us like right up to the end. 4.
And there's a cool game. Oh. Late game. And there's a cool late game.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
We all get to get we all get to get
Okay,
evolutions happen in order like they did with
Okay. The get together, yep. I remember that.
the evolutions happen in order like they did with our ancestors, with a little science fiction.
Going in the mix. And there's a cool late game. This is gonna go right. Oh, no, didn't want to do that. There we go.
okay. But not. Ugh.
The evolutions happen in
Oh, okay.
the evolutions happen in an order like they did with our ancestors, with a
Little science fiction in the mix. Oop, I didn't mean to do that. I don't even know what I just did. It's the first time I've seen that one.
But not.
And there's a really cool. The evolutions happen in an order like they did with our ancestors.
With a little bit of science fiction thrown in the mix. That's that line there. Actually, these all can be deleted because I know that they're not going to be needed.
Evolutions happen in an order there's like a they cool did with our game.
Oh,
ancestors.
fuck. There's also.
The evolutions happen in an order like they did fiction in the mix.
So yeah, right there. The reason she's getting mad, by the way, is because we endeavor to go line for line from what I wrote in the comics.
And there's also
since
a
we
cool
can't really
late game
edit
where
the
we'll get to reenact
comic
real
voices.
ancient battles.
Okay, that's pretty good.
The evolutions happen. And there's also a cool late game where we'll get to reenact real ancient battles.
Okay.
And
Also.
late game.
So that's the flub. So this one is natural line 4. This one is the natural line 5. Keep doing that. There we go.
The evolutions happen in order like they did with our.
Okay. Not in order, in an order, which is.
The evolutions happen in order like they did with our ancestors, with a little science fiction in the mix. And there's all.
Okay. I'm gonna take that. We're gonna have so many of those to listen to.
And there's also a cool late. Okay. And there's also a cool late game.
Okay. Cool late game. We're gonna have so many of these fun lines to have to listen through, which is why I wanted to do this before stream.
And there's also a cool. One and two. One and two.
I definitely won't use that other one, but I might use this one, so we'll listen back and see how that works.
One and two.
There we go. Want that. I think those are all my 1 and 2s. Okay. So that's the entire thing cut up. Now we get to pick our favorite lines out of all of these. Okay.
I think you'll like it. It's complicated.
Let's see.
I think you'll like it. It's complicated.
I like that second one.
I think you'll like it. It's complicated.
I think the first one's out, so we'll choose between these two.
I think you'll like it. It's complicated. I think you'll like it. It's complicated.
I kind of like the higher pitch one. How does that kind of start again?
Complicated.
Yeah, that one. Okay, that's going to be line 1. There we go. Bam. Also, feel free to ask questions at any time. Either in the live chat or after the fact. Okay. Line 2.
Yes, but not just a town sim game. It's a historical town sim game.
I don't like that one because it sounds like Townsend.
Just a town sim game? It's a historical town sim game. Just a town sim game? Yes, but not just a town sim game. It's a historical town sim game. Yes, but not just a town sim game. It's a historical town sim game.
It's probably between these two.
Yes, but not just a town sim game. It's a historical town sim game.
See, I hate that reverb sound in the background. I really wish she would have cut her audio a little bit better on the gain.
Yes, but not just a town sim game. It's a historical town sim game.
Okay.
Yes, but not just a town sim game. It's a historical town sim game.
She does a better job of holding on to Lime's, like, kind of tone. Or pitch, I guess you could say. And that one. Okay.
Well, I mean, within reason.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, within reason. Well, I mean, within reason.
I like that one because of the higher pitch.
Well, I mean, within reason. Well, I mean, within reason.
That one is the better version of this one, so we'll remove that.
Well, I mean, within reason. Well, I mean, within reason.
I think all of these definitely surpass those first two. So, and again, feel free to ask questions. This is also a Q&A. You are welcome to ask questions anytime. I very much invite you to ask questions. It is simultaneously a Q&A and a developer stream. So if you have any questions, if you want to say hi, please say hi. Make sure you just make yourself known, because that is the goal. So, okay.
Well, I mean,
Within reason.
Well,
I mean, within reason.
Well, I mean, within reason. Well, I mean, within reason. Well, I mean, within reason.
How does this first one go again? Or second one?
I mean, within reason.
I might do that one because like the other two have this spike that I really don't like, that we're kind of like leveling out on that spike. So even though I actually do like some of these other ones better, I think the fact that they almost peak is enough for me to just kind of say, hey, let's go with the one that doesn't almost peak. But there are some other good ones in there, for sure. That's just kind of my deciding factor, because I think it's going to sound better in the long run. You know.
The evolutions happen in an order like they did with our ancestors, with a little science fiction in the mix. The evolutions happen in an order like they did with our ancestors, with a little science fiction in the mix.
Okay.
The evolutions happen in an order like they did with our ancestors, with a little science fiction in the mix. The evolutions happen in an order like they did with our ancestors, with a little science fiction in the mix. The evolutions happen in an order like they did with our ancestors, with a little science fiction in the mix.
Her voice is getting tired in that one.
The evolutions happen in an order like they did with our ancestors, with a little science fiction in the mix.
Getting tired.
The evolutions happen.
God. Okay.
Happen in order like they did with our ancestors, with a little science fiction in the mix.
The first ones are actually a lot better, because they maintain Lime's normal kind of pitch. Okay. I'm surprised that no one has any questions. So granted, they're probably looking at this chat like, hey, I can't believe, you know. Here, let's type into chat. Real quick, we're just going to type in a little thing in the chat that just says, please feel free to introduce yourselves and ask questions. Here. There we go. That'll work.
The evolutions happen in an order like they did with our.
We're definitely getting rid of that first one, since we have better ones. I know we have better ones. Okay, cool. Okay. So, there we go. There we go. Just kind of watching chat here and making sure things happen, because I really do want to talk to you guys.
Evolutions happen in an order like they did with our ancestors, with a little science fiction in the mix.
I like that one.
The evolutions happen in an order like they did with our ancestors, with a little science fiction in the mix.
Don't like that one.
The evolutions happen in an order.
Let's just keep it at the one that has like the right pitch.
And there's a cool late game where we'll get to read.
I think no. Oop, it always erases the title and not the actual thing. Ah! Ah! Okay. I don't know why I'm moving all of them. Doesn't really matter.
And there's a cool late game where we all get to reenact real.
Okay, we can't use that one.
And there's also a cool late game where we'll get to reenact real ancient battles.
Real ancient battles. We can try that one.
And there's also a cool late game where we'll get to reenact real ancient battles.
Come on, give me a real.
And there's also a cool late game where we'll get to reenact real ancient battles.
That one maybe.
And there's also a cool late game where we'll get to reenact real ancient battles.
Kind of like that one more.
And there's also a cool late game where we'll get to reenact real ancient battles.
Do you believe that one? Do you believe number 2 in that sequence? I don't know if I believe it. That sounds like somebody reading something from a script. That doesn't sound like a character. That doesn't sound like a character! I don't know that I believe number 2. Let's listen to it one more time.
And there's also a cool late game where we'll get to reenact real ancient battles.
I don't know. Sounds like somebody reading from a script. Out. Okay. Please ask questions. I see people are increasing in viewership. Yes, hi, hello. I'm a real person. This is not a pre-recorded message. Please talk to me. Okay, yes, I am working. I am working. That's fine. I can work and talk. I oftentimes have like random things going on while I'm working. Distraction is my life. So, hi. Welcome to it. Ask questions, please. Or just say hi. Just make noise. Go leedle. I don't care. Like in chat though. Like where I can tell that you're doing that. Because you could be doing that right now. Quite frankly, I wouldn't know. And then we wouldn't be in on it. You know, I won't be in on it with you. That's the goal. That's the goal. Yeah. Okay. We got 3 more lines. Come on. I don't know why it takes so much mental energy for me to do. This is like my least favorite part of the process. I'm being completely honest with you. My least favorite part of the process is like having to pick lines. It's like choosing children, except all your children are awful, except for like one. But you don't know until you have them all. What an awful analogy. Oh boy. Anyway, say hi. Hi. Toxic. Hi. Stay high. Don't make me go seesaw on you. I will. You'll regret it. You'll regret it.
And there's also a cool late game where we'll get to reenact real ancient battles.
Okay.
And there's also a cool late game where we'll get to reenact real ancient battles.
See, here's the problem. I like number 2 and this set. It just like it peaks so much, and I'm just like, oh my gosh, why couldn't the game just be set correctly? Set your game, people. If you want to do voice acting, set your game. Make sure that you're not peaking. Make sure that the bajillion fans that are in your room or whatever, like, you know, that they're off. Audio advice.
And there's also a cool late game where we'll get to reenact real ancient battles.
See, it just grinds against the top. I hate that.
And there's also a cool late game where we'll get to reenact real ancient battles.
I think we're going to go with that last one because it has that little bit of peak there. But overall, it's a pretty decent take, and I don't know. It's just a little soft on the side.
Yep. 1 and 2. 1 and 2. 1 and 2.
I don't like how she delivered any of those.
And 2. 1 and 2.
I think I like that one the best just because it sounds the most believable. And that might be a stretch saying that sounds like the most believable, but it sounds like the most believable. Okay. Cool, we got our lines. Oh boy. Now, do I need to do any mixing on these before? because I will do mixing later. I'm just trying to think, like, preliminary mixing. I don't think there's anything I can do because she's got herself in, like, Reverb Nation. So I have to just kind of live with it. Oh, right. It's not going to export any of these. There we go. Now it should export all of them. Export multiple. Except I don't want it to go all into that folder. I want it to go into this folder. There we go. And don't save project because it creates clutter. So. But say hi, please. Toxic said hi. Follow Toxic's example. Be courteous. Ask questions. I'm here for you. And me. Mostly you. Because I can do this by myself. I know what I'm doing. I don't need advice. But I'll take it if you have it. Or I will listen to it. Whether or not I take your advice is completely at my discretion. And can't really promise. Here we go. Here's my lines. Okay, Comic 100, prologue, voice of Seesaw. Oh shoot, my fan is in the background in that one. I actually think, like, halfway through doing these, I was like, oh shit, my fan's on. When I was recording this, so I actually do need to noise profile that. See, look at that. I think I actually messed up this a little bit. My end. There we go. Prologue, voice of Seesaw. I'll be honest. Yep. Great. I don't like that first one, but I think I also didn't like that first one when I did it. So that's good news is we definitely have more takes of that, so we can. Also, good thing about like not liking my lines is that I can redo them as many times as I want to before the short airs. As opposed to the other voice actors, I can't. Like, if I don't like their lines and I find out and it's too late, and I'm like, shoot. Mono. Have at least like 5 lines in this, probably more. So, yeah. Okay. I'll be honest. I've never heard of this game before. I'll be honest. I don't like that line. I'll be honest. Never heard of this game before. Yep. See, that first one was like more me than it was actually Seesaw. And I knew it too, because the immediate correction in the first to second one. Good job, me. The other one's still kind of not Seesaw. I'll be honest. Never heard of this game before. It's definitely more Seesaw than it is me, which is at least good. That's a plus. It's always good. Always a good thing. I'll be honest. Never heard of this game. Oh yeah, did you guys ever see I think I sent it like out as like a thing, where it was just like all Seesaw. It was like, I think like 15 different lines from Seesaw, all just like sitting in a thing. It was at the same time, and it just sounded like a bunch of seagulls. Like the mine. Like it just, oh my gosh, it was funny. I'll be honest, never heard of this game before. What is the actual line? Okay, so like I'm doing it right when I say never heard of this game before instead of I've never heard of this game before. Which is grammatically correct, but why would Seesaw be grammatically correct? I'll be honest, I've never heard of this game before. And exactly, he doesn't say I've. I'll be honest, never heard of this game before. There we go. That is all of the lines for that. Woo! Yee! Ha-ha! I like complicated things. It's actually a really good delivery of that line. Pretty sure these are all the same. So, like, let's just throw them all together. I deliver my lines a lot better.
So, it's a town sim game.
Okay, see, these all look the same, so they're probably all the same line. Mine are a lot less difficult to, like, figure out what is what. Please ask questions, by the way. At least I'm hoping many of you who are watching this are fans of the series and you've seen the shorts and stuff, and you should have questions. It's okay. I left a lot of loose ends in my writing on purpose, so you guys had questions. So, like, and you can ask about the loose ends, and I can give cryptic answers. Like, this is the give and take relationship that we're supposed to have, where you ask very obvious questions, and I give you very cryptic answers. Play with me here. Be my friend. Come, say hi. Let's have fun. Let's talk.
How historical are we talking? How historical are we talking? How historical?
How historical. Good job, me. I mean, I'm not flubless, right? I actually have pretty decent record of flubs.
How historical are we talking here?
Okay.
How historical are we talking? How historical are we?
Holy cow, I did this line into the ground. Bro, shut up. I can say that, it's me. Okay. Cool. And I'm gonna guess this is the next line. As I recall, this is an ooh that I have to time with RJ.
Great Island Wars?
Here's how we're gonna figure this one out. Which one clips the least?
Great Island Wars? Great Island Wars? The 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 Great Island. Hey.
We're gonna, you know what? I'm gonna actually kill these and we're gonna do it live because I need a line that doesn't voice crack, or not voice crack. It can voice crack. It doesn't crack, like doesn't crack the audio. So we're gonna do that one live. We're gonna re-record that one.
Great Island Wars?
Wasn't ready for having to do that live, but sure, whatever. We got that voice in our back pocket. We can use it. Let me just real quick. Yeah, that's what I thought. So all of these. So we'll do that line live in a second here. Okay. There we go. And, okay, I gotta actually take a drink, genuinely, because Seesaw dries out my throat when I do his voice, so I have to have water nearby, or some sort of fluid.
All right, there we go. Yep, good. Squawk. Okay. Woohoo! Now we're gonna do those lines. Check, 1, 2. Okay, I'm not. The Great Island Wars? Doesn't look like I'm clipping. That's good.
So we're just gonna, we'll give a couple deliveries of this line again.
Great Island Wars? Great Island Wars? Great Island Wars?
I think I had 3 in the first one, so now let's listen back to these.
Great Island Wars? Great Island Wars? Great Island Wars?
Okay, not bad. Or just kind of like a dry take.
Great Island Wars?
I kind of like the...
Great Island Wars? Great Island Wars?
Great Island Wars. Cue like the knockoff Star Wars music and...
Great Island Wars?
I like this one because of the voice crack, so... I didn't end up meaning to like start choosing lines right away, but that one wins. Because the voice crack really does kind of lend itself to the seesaw-iness of it. So, yeah. And also, I want to be, like, for the record, I hear the reverb still in my own recording. It's not as bad as Lys's, but it's there. And I fully recognize that it's there. And we're going to live with it, because Lys's recording is already a monster that I'm going to have to deal with. So why not have one of my recordings have slightly less than ideal audio in it?
I'll be honest. Never heard of this game before.
I do like that.
I'll be honest. Never heard of this game before. I'll be honest. Never heard of this game before.
First one sounds most like Seesaw. The other two sound a little more like me. Okay.
I like complicated things. I like complicated things. I like complicated things. I like complicated things.
I think I'm gonna do...
I like complicated things.
I like the first one. Feel free to ask questions. I'm going to just keep saying it until people start asking questions. Because I know you're there, and I'm glad that you're enjoying yourselves. I'm glad that I have 2 likes. I'm glad that I have 4 viewers, with an occasional 5 and 6. But, like, seriously, please talk to me. Say hi. How you doing? You look lonely and depressed, and you look like you need a hug. But I can't hug you because I'm not here. Just, people. People. Okay, back to lines.
So, it's a town sim game. So, it's a town sim game. So, it's a town sim game.
Kind of like the hesitation.
So, it's a town sim game. So, it's a town sim game. So, it's a town sim game.
I agree with what I was thinking when I was recording that, which is he needs a little more crackiness.
So, it's a town sim game.
That middle one is a winner, I think.
So, it's a town sim game.
That middle one's the winner. Oh yeah, by the way, here, just some additional audience participation activities. If you think my choice of lines out of what is provided to me is absolutely bogus and I chose the wrong one, go ahead and tell me. I'm probably still going to disagree with you, but you know what? It's a point of conversation, and you're allowed to have different opinions, especially about voice acting and choosing lines for voice acting. Because sometimes I'm splitting hairs to decide which one I like better. You have to have that kind of ability to discern. So, you can disagree with me. You can disagree with me publicly. Please. Enjoy that power that you have. Power of observation and different opinions. That really feels like a curse instead of a power.
How historical are we talking here?
Okay, that's a guttural.
How historical are we talking here?
Kind of like that one.
How historical are we talking here? How historical are we talking here? How historical are we talking here? How historical are we talking here?
Kind of like that last one too. Was the first one very guttural, right?
How historical are we talking here?
Yeah, I don't really like the guttural one. This middle one, I kind of like the wheeze.
How historical are we talking here?
Yeah, there's a little bit of a wheeze in there.
How historical are we talking here? How historical are we talking here? How historical are we talking here? How historical are we talking here?
I don't like the buzz. And I don't like the short here. Brings me down to 3.
How historical are we talking here? How historical are we talking here? How historical are we talking here? How historical are we talking here?
First one. Kind of knew he was going to be a winner. Always knew.
Ooh.
This one I need to actually choose against a line from RJ, so I'm going to skip that for the moment, and we'll come back to it.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's play!
Okay.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's play!
I gotta get... I started creaking my chair there. Okay.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's play! Well, what are we waiting for? Let's play! What are we waiting for? Let's play!
Not gonna do these two because they're clipping too much. And actually, I might not do this one because it's
Well,
clipping.
what are we waiting for? Let's play!
Not gonna do that one because it clips.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's play! Well, what are we waiting for? Let's play!
First one. Okay. There we go. And then this one I got to match up with RJ, so... I have a line from RJ here. He's the voice of Lemon, by the way. And let's see. Lemon. Special series. Thank you. There's my ooze. So this is... How about this? Which one do I like the most out of RJ?
Ooh. Ooh. Ooh.
I don't like that.
Ooh. 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 Ooh.
By the way, I'm sure you guys see this, like 26 different oohs. This is classic RJ. Like, RJ takes very long for a different reason, right? It's never because he makes me divide up his audio. He actually sends his audio all divided up, which is very, very kind of him. Made even more kind by the fact that he will send 26 different takes for me to do. It's not always 26. It's, you know, different numbers for different lines, but this is classic RJ. Sending these many oohs.
Ooh.
That one's a maybe. Wait, which number?
Ooh. Ooh.
Actually, I think I like the other one better. What number is
Ooh.
this? What number is this? I need to slide the name over. Number 15, okay. Number 15 is not bad.
Ooh. 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 Ooh.
Maybe 12.
Ooh.
Too deep.
Ooh. 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 Ooh.
I don't know why ooh is such a hard one.
Ooh.
I don't know. That one, number 6 feels more believable.
Ooh.
I'm going to do number 6, not because I like how the depth of it. I kind of don't, but it sounds like the most believable out of all of them. Alright. This is going to be so fun. Gotta mute everything else. Oops. To just mute that. Okay.
Ooh. 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 Ooh.
That one might work. The other one's a little high.
Ooh. Ooh.
That one might work because it just sounds also authentic, like lemons.
Ooh. Ooh.
Kind of thinking number 1 or number 3 here.
Ooh.
That is like, I think, just the best match. That's the best match for his audio if we do number 6. Okay. Cool. Okay, and now we can export these audios here. There we go. No. Okay. Now we will take... This is the fun part here, is being able to pick out Lemon's lines. So ooh number 6 we'll take. And then objective of the game.
Objective of the game. Each player will be assigned a group of creatures to begin developing a...
Oh yeah, I remember this.
Objective of the game. Each player will be assigned a group of creatures to begin developing your civilization with. Objective of the game. Each player will be assigned a group of creatures to begin developing a civilization with. Play through multiple generations and seasons to evolve your creatures and your empire as you seek territorial and resource domination.
Just a little bit dry.
Objective of the game. Each player will be assigned a group of creatures to begin developing a civilization with. Play through multiple seasons and generations and to evolve your creatures and your
Not that one.
Objective of the game. Each player will be assigned a group of creatures to begin developing a civilization with. Play through multiple generations and seasons to evolve your creatures and your empire as you seek territorial and resource domination.
That one's pretty good, so we'll throw that in there for now.
Objective of the game. Objective of the game.
Oh,
Each
yeah.
player will be assigned
This
a
is
group
the other
of
one I wanted to
creatures
listen
begin
to.
developing a civilization with. Play through multiple generations and seasons to evolve your creatures and your empire as you seek territorial and resource domination.
I like that one.
Objective of the game. Each player will be assigned a group of creatures to...
As much as I like this one, I think actually...
Objective of the game.
I like just the personality behind that one.
Do they have the Siege of Cherry Blossoms? Do they have the siege of cherry blossoms? Do they have the...
He's having fun.
Do they have the siege? Ooh, do they have the... Do they have the siege of cherry blossoms?
RJ has a lot of fun reading his lines. So.
Do they have the siege of cherry blossoms? Do they have the siege of cherry blossoms?
Where was the one that had the ooh?
Do they have the... Ooh, do they...
Wait, yeah, this one.
Ooh, do they have the siege of cherry blossoms?
That one is a close contender just because of the like energy that it carries. But I think Lemon's a little more laid back than that.
Do they have the siege of cherry blossoms?
Yeah, I think that's good. Okay, now, this is the really, really fun part. Creating, call it one Comic 100. And I'm also just going to create one for Comic 101. And then I'm also going to create one called SFX. Also going to create one called Music. Okay. So now what we're going to do is we're going to take the video components for Comic 100, take panels and throw it in here as, yep, that. Lemon as that. Lemon and seesaw. Bam! And now I have my entire thing developed and ready to go except for a sequence. And we're gonna create a sequence here. I'm gonna switch up the aspect ratio so it is ready for shorts. Oh yeah, and then there's actually one more thing I forgot to create, which is a sequence here called master. This is basically going to be the version that you guys see at the end of the season once all of the comics are made. So now, accidentally poured it in just a little bit too much, but okay, it's not going to delete it from the actual. So let's see. Oh, this is on master. I don't want to put anything on master right now. Forgot to name this one. Okay, Comic 100. There we go. So now we're gonna go ahead and throw all of these together. Whee! Okay. I have to have a conversation with Oda about making bubbles overlap and how painful that is for me to have to deal with. There we go. Okay. So now, let's see. 110. Is that really what we want to set it at, or do we want to set it a little lower? 108. Okay. We can do 108. Go with 108. So we will put that on every single one. Okay. Now what we're gonna do is we're gonna take that, whoop, create a second layer, place it underneath, and then we're gonna actually make that one a lot bigger. We're gonna add a blur effect to it. Blur, Gaussian, and let's see, 15. Let's go 20 and see what 20 looks like. Kind of like 20 more, and then 25. Is that too much? No, 25 is about right. Okay. Good, good, good. So we will take this blur and apply it on everything in this back layer. We'll take the position of this. Oh, wait, actually, I want to. There we go. That plays up nicely. Okay. And now to build the comic by its I don't need panels anymore. And so let's see. Seesaw gets the first line, line 1. And then Lime's line is next. And then Seesaw's line. That is panel 1 in a nutshell for you. Okay. And now, let's see, what's... Right, so Lemon puts in, and this is when he gets his first line. Lime comes in with her line. You can already see how we are getting way up there in the seconds. Oh, that's going to be over here. And so far, we should be doing all right. The Lime line. Okay. And then another Lime line. This is where the Seesaw and... Ah, that actually was line 5. I thought it was line 6. And then there's Lemon. Those two gotta meet up. So I think,
Ooh.
yeah, there we go.
Ooh.
Battles.
Ooh.
Okay. So seesaw. And then this line actually needs to come like almost immediately.
Ooh.
Great Island Wars.
I like the pacing on that. Yeah, that's good. And then Lime is gonna go, yep, 1 and 2. And Lemon's gonna go, what about the Siege of Cherry Blossoms? And this is gonna get cut right here. Oh, actually, this is gonna go like that. So let's see.
Do they have the Siege of Cherry Blossoms?
Yep.
Great Island Wars.
1 and 2.
You can already see how like Lys's little audio thing is kind of messing us up.
1 and 2.
See how that she sounds so much more distant than the rest of the group? Yuck. There we go. Okay.
Let's play.
Right there. Okay. So this is how it's currently set up, just over a minute. So let's see.
I'll be honest. Never heard of this game before.
How does it sound if we cut that out?
I'll be honest. Never heard of this game before.
Sounds pretty good. What does that sound like?
I'll be honest. Never heard of this game before.
I think you'll like it. It's complicated.
I like complicated things.
Oh yeah, not waiting for Lemon's like 2-second verbal intro apparently is also really helpful in saving time. Okay, great. So, that should then put us pretty much like right there. Okay, I still want to cut out a little more, but I think we're good.
I'll be honest. Never heard of this game before.
I think you'll like it. It's complicated.
I like complicated things.
Objective of the game. Each player will be assigned a group of creatures to begin developing a civilization with. Play through multiple generations and seasons to evolve your creatures and your empire as you seek territorial and resource domination.
So, it's a
Right, I needed to cut out RJ's like big sniff at the end there. Cutting out RJ's sniff might have gotten us, like, the time we need. By golly, it did.
It's a historical town.
So let's start back from the beginning.
I'll be honest, never heard of this game before.
I think you'll like it. It's complicated.
I like complicated things.
Objective of the game. Each player will be assigned a group of creatures to begin developing a civilization with. Play through multiple generations and seasons to evolve your creatures and your empire as you seek territorial and resource domination.
So, it's a town sim game.
Yes, but not just a town sim game. It's a historical town sim game.
See how she suddenly sounds way more distant? Stay close to your mics. Do not have high gain. Or high gain. You're gonna ruin the whole thing when you do that. Okay.
How historical are we talking here?
Well, I mean, within reason. The evolutions happen in an order like they did with our ancestors.
Lime really just needs, like... reduce reverb. There we go.
The evolutions happen in an order like they did with our ancestors, with a little science fiction in the mix. And there's also a cool late game where we'll get to reenact real ancient battles.
Ooh.
Do they have the Siege of Cherry Blossoms?
Yep,
Great Island Wars?
1 and 2.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's play!
That pretty much actually plays out exactly how I want it to. Okay.
I'll be honest, never heard of this game before.
I think you'll like it. It's complicated.
I like complicated things.
Objective of the game. Each player will be assigned a group of creatures to begin developing a civilization with. Play through multiple generations and seasons to evolve your creatures and your empire as you seek territorial and resource domination.
So, it's a town sim game.
Yes, but not just a town sim game. It's a historical town sim game.
How historical are we talking here?
Well, I mean, within reason. The evolutions happen.
Talking here.
Well, I mean, within reason. Yes, but not just a town sim game. It's a historical town sim game.
Okay. We actually need just a ever so slight pitch shift on that. Because she falls out of pitch. But I gotta admit, Lime is a hard voice to do. When you listen to Lys's natural voice and you kind of listen to how she does Lime, you realize, wow, she kind of has to become a different person.
Sim game.
Yes, but not just a town sim game.
Wow, that went way higher than I wanted it to.
Sim game.
Yes, but not just a town sim game. It's a historical town sim game.
How historical are we talking here?
Well, I mean, within reason.
Game.
Yes, but not just a town sim game.
Let me see, what does clarity dynamics sound like?
Sim game.
Yes, but not just.
Oh, holy crap. No, we're not doing that. EQ vocal presence. Let's see, what does that sound like?
Sim game.
Yes, but not just.
Oh, wow, she sounds like she's on what about podcast voice?
Yes, but not just a town sim game. It's a historical town sim game.
How
How historical are we talking here?
Well, I mean. Yes, but not just a town sim game.
very
It's
not
a
subtle.
historical town sim game.
Town sim game.
Yes, but not just a town sim game.
Not
It's
subtle.
a historical town sim game.
How historical are we talking here?
Well, I mean. within reason.
Okay, so
I'll be honest, never heard of this game before.
I think you'll like it. It's complicated.
I like complicated things.
Objective of the game. Each player will be assigned a group of creatures to begin developing a civilization with.
we can actually
Play
add.
through multiple generations and seasons to evolve your creatures and your empire as you seek territorial and resource domination.
So, it's a town sim game.
Yes, but not just a town sim game. It's a historical town sim game.
How historical are we talking here?
Well, I mean, within reason. The
Resource domination.
So, it's a town sim game.
Yes, but not just a town sim game. It's a historical town sim game.
How historical are we talking here?
Well, I mean, within reason. The evolutions happen in an order like they did with our ancestors, with a little science fiction in the mix. And there's also a cool late game where we'll get to reenact real ancient battles.
Ooh.
Do they have the Siege of Cherry Blossoms?
Yep,
Great Island Wars?
1 and 2.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's play!
Okay, you know what? That kind of turned out more or less how I wanted it to. Let's. Oh, actually, wait a minute. Is this? It needs to be 109, doesn't it? Yeah, I guess it needs to be 109. Oh well, you can do that real quick. Okay, and now these should be sizable enough that I shouldn't have to ever play with them again. So we won't. And yeah, now gonna undock that and make it a lot bigger for my sake. So let's see. There's a reason I want it bigger. Because we're going to do this next. Usually I actually do this step after the sound effects, but I wanted to do this right now. This is why Oda and I need to have a talk. Because I usually will do the bubbles. Okay, there we go. So that's mask 1. Set up mask 2 here. Okay. Usually I try to actually like play with whatever bubbles I'm given. But unfortunately, because all these bubbles are overlapping, gotta kind of chart my own course. I don't want the green to show. There we go. That's pretty good. So, and then take that, and what we're gonna do is we're gonna we'll throw it over here, and we're gonna set a opacity level to 0. We'll kind of just bring it out here, do that. And set this one's opacity level to 0. And then bring it out here and do that. Set this one's opacity level to 0. Bring it out here. And do that. And you'll see, once we go to hit play from the beginning.
I'll be honest, never heard of this game before.
I think you'll like it. It's complicated.
I like complicated things.
There we go. See? That's why I did that. Okay. Now, we gotta do that for the rest of them. Usually when I do this, I also try to make sure that the bubble matches the speed of the audio. So like if the audio is coming at you fast, I'll try to make sure it's going fast. If it's coming at you slow, I'll make sure it's going slow. There's no way around having this overlapping, I guess. So we'll just have to live with it. So, and then because this is a very sort of slow dialogue, we will have the bubble come in very slowly. Let's see how that looks.
Objective of the game. Each player will be assigned a group of...
It's almost a little too slow, but you get the idea. So we'll just like bring it in just a slight bit. There you go. Shouldn't feel as bad now. And then...
Objective of the game. Each player will be assigned a group of...
Yeah, see, that works out pretty well. And then the bubble that I have to cut off because it got greedy. This one here. Okay. There we go. So mask opacity, it's gonna be 0 at that point. And then I'm gonna set it to 100 in a second here. So about right there, maybe. Take that, and we will smack it. There we go. Hello. Now it shows up, and then bam. Okay, there's my other bubble. Oh, hey, whoa, 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 whoa. I didn't mean to do that. Undock. Please. I still need it big. Hey, I got 2 people coming back. Hello. Feel free to ask questions about the series. This is both a Q&A for those who want to ask questions, and it's also kind of like showing you how we make our little series over here. So feel free to just kind of watch and learn. Feel free to ask questions about the series as a whole. All yours for the taking. So there we go. And we're gonna take that third mask. We're gonna throw it down like that. Throw it back up here. Bam. Oh, hi Slothers. Been kind of a boring stream. Nobody wanted to ask questions. Though, granted, you know what? I blame it in part on having horrible lead time because I asked for an ad to be made while I was on vacation on Saturday. And I'm thinking like, okay, you know, I'm asking for this on Saturday, kind of early in the day. Maybe I'll get it later on Saturday. Maybe I'll get it on Sunday. That way we have like 3 days to build some hype. No. I get a video thumbnail. Not what I asked for. I asked for an ad. I got a video thumbnail at 4 o'clock this afternoon. I was like, great. So there is no hype built for the stream, and I'm guessing that's part of the reason it's doing poorly. The other part is probably because we're looking at After Effects. Or not After Effects, we're looking at Adobe Premiere Pro, the most exciting program that totally doesn't just look like a wet sock. With paint stains on it. But yeah. But I don't know. Video's doing alright, I guess. What the heck happened here? Oh, why am I'm like trying to move the thing that did no wrong. I'm also trying to move the thing that did no wrong. Okay. Okay, how does that look? Better. So odd. Yeah, it's alright. I'm sure there'll be people who will watch this on the playback. You know what, maybe instead of doing whatever the hell we just did, let's make this 110. But I'm glad to have you here, buddy. How you doing? How the kids? Yoy. Okay. Okay. There we go. Cool. And wow, why do I keep grabbing it there? Without the help of a frying pan. That is an inside joke with me and Slothers, for those who are concerned. Rightfully concerned, I would say. It's my fault. But without the help of a frying pan is quite impressive. I don't know how you do that. I know psychiatrists have told me that frying pans are the last resort, but I always say it's my first line of defense. For those of you who missed the live, be better. For those of you who made it to the point in the live watching the playback where you saw this message, you're doing better. Keep it up. Because we're like, what? An hour and a half? Almost like 2 hours into it. So if you've made it to this point, then like, congrats, by the way. Because I will admit, I've been trying to be entertaining, but I've been a little bit stale. And I've been a little bit stale, thanks in part to no one coming. Which really isn't a great excuse, because, in essence, when you run a stream, you have to be able to run it whether everyone shows up or no one shows up, right? And your hope is that everyone shows up. That's the fun way. But, like, if no one shows up, then you gotta make it fun, right? So that people realize that they're, like, missing out on something, and that makes them want to come to the next one. And I'm not sure I'm doing a great job of making you want to come to the next one. I mean, I'm trying. video editing is not necessarily a fun process. It's insightful, especially if you want to be a video editor, but not really fun. Wouldn't call this fun. Not in the same way that like playing video games is fun, or going outside and tossing a ball is fun, or you know, robbing a bank is fun. I'm a bad influence. So, okay, we only got a couple more left, guys. Only a couple more left, and then we go to sound effects. Yay! Usually I do sound effects first, but I wanted to get this out of the way. Okay. Okay. I'm doing charity streams all month, all November, and I have this meeting with Project Hope tomorrow to see about possible merch collabs. Hoping a lot of people show up. Maybe stream on YouTube or Twitch. That is good for you, bud. And I appreciate you doing the like charity stuff. I want to get back into the charity stuff, but one, I don't feel like I really have the traction. And two, like, even if I did have the traction, it's like just a lot of effort. And I work like 2 jobs and then this, and I can't. Not me personally. So, but I commend you for doing that. I think it's very, very good. I hope Lime and Lemon, to some extent, can become like a charity thing that helps out charities. I mean, like, I don't want to actually create a charity, but I would love to do that with this series. I just, one step at a time, gotta grow it first. So. I appreciate that. I think that's good. I think that's positive. I'm glad you want to do that. And I root for you on that. I was hoping to make that look like it like curved down. I'm doing a very bad job at it. Maybe that'll look okay if I ignore the fact that now it's very, very weird. What does that look like? It looks awful. Ah! Ah! There you go. This looks better. This will look even better once I make it so that it's not like atrocious. There we go. It's gonna look dumb, but less dumb. And it'll clear itself up after shortly, so. Fit, there we go. Okay, and then after the word yep, it's that, and then Actually, really, at this point is when the other bubbles should pop in, the third one. Come on. There we go. We're 2 steps away from done. Have you ever thought about animating Lime and Lemon? Funny you should say that. Yes, we have. In fact, this was supposed to be animated, and then it turned into a comic series because animation takes way too long. There's actually still an animation of the pilot episode being worked on currently. Part of the reason we started doing the comics, part of the reason we still do the comics, is because the animation has taken so long that we need something to buy time and make people interested while we continue to work on the animation, which has been moving at a snail's pace. Not only have we considered it, it's happening eventually. Truly, the fact that the animation is not done yet is a tragic story of trusting the wrong people. But we're still looking at getting it done. It's not canned. Doing it animated is not canned. It's just taking way longer than it probably should. So, but that's what happens when you kind of just like start up. So, and in the meantime, the comics have been fun, and people have been enjoying them, and I hope you enjoy them, Unstable. Even though it's not animated. Trust me, I feel the pain on that. So. Yeah, it's outsourced to animators we commissioned. Yep, absolutely. And, like, I will be completely honest with you, my friend. I really want you to see, like, not just you specifically, but, like, the audience, right? To see the animated stuff we've been working on soon. But to say that I want that to happen, and to say that it will happen, is hard. I'm being told that we'll have something that we can show soon. How true that is, I'll just say I'm skeptical. I wouldn't hold my breath over it. And let me just word to the wise on this. Like, make sure that you make sure when you go and you commission animators, if you commission anyone or you work with commissioned artists, that you make sure that they set realistic expectations for themselves and for you. Really for themselves. Because that's kind of the problem we're in running.
Island Wars.
1 and 2.
Well, what?
It's part of the problem we're running into at this point, is that they did not set realistic expectations for themselves, and they overpromised and underdelivered. So that's really the problem. So, and when I say underdelivered, I actually don't mean in quality. A lot of times you're like thinking like, oh no, they underdelivered. That means that like they provided like really stupid poor quality. No, their quality is great. The problem is they don't know time management for anything. And it's like teaching kindergartners how to properly do your taxes. It's painful. It's painful. But the comic stuff is still happening, and the comic stuff will continue to happen. We have planned for the comic stuff through 2025. Not because I want animation to take that long, but because I expect to be disappointed more. So I'm prepping for disappointment all the way through 2025. Isn't that sad? Oh man, but I'm not sad about our because originally I was like mad. I was so frustrated about like finding out all this stuff. And then once we went back to the drawing board and we kind of reevaluated ourselves and refocused our plans, we have created, you know, kind of this new secondary objective and all these steps that we're taking. You know, so we've set up all of these objectives and things, and we have really our whole situation figured out through 2025, with artists who are reliable, and I say artists and not animators because I'm talking comics here, right? So artists that are reliable, and you know, I've been fairly up to pace on my story, writing and telling, and I am actually extremely excited for like the season 2 of the comics, because we've been kind of really character building throughout season 1, right? There's not been a lot of world building. In fact, when you look back at season 1, it is very much character building over world building. Like you get to learn the characters more than you learn anything else about the world. Season 2 is still character building, right? Because it needs to be, but it's also gonna be world building, and we're gonna introduce a bunch of new characters, which means that I'm gonna be doing a voice actor hire run pretty soon. So be on the lookout for that, because I will make that public on Lime and Lemon's channel that I'm doing a VA run pretty soon so that we can build our cast. But we're looking at how many new characters. Let me see off the top of my head. 1, 2, 3, 4. But I technically have a voice for him, but it's still a new character, so 4. 4 new characters off the top of my head. With the potential for some more. And we're adding like background characters too, so that's good. So it'll be good. The voice actor thing worries me because it's already a pain in the butt dealing with 2.5. Slaughter's here, by the way, is actually a voice actor for us. 4 full minutes of animation. Been doing the character animation, commissioning. Yeah. And I bet you that's so fun, isn't it? Right? Commissioning all of that stuff and getting it all to work out. Like, we actually have like some pretty good stuff in the bin right now, on animation, in terms of like, we have the yes, hi Slothers, because I mentioned you. Slothers is the voice of Cypress, by the way, and his wife is the voice of Mrs. Cypress, which she absolutely loved having to do just those 2 lines. So anyway, do you use Voice Actor Club for VAs? Haven't yet, and here's why. Very, very simple reason. All of the voice actors I have asked to help with Lime and Lemon so far are people I've known personally through friends or connections. So, like, Slothers is somebody who I game with. Liz and RJ are people I actually met. Well, RJ I met in college. Liz I met online while I was in college. Both of them had acting backgrounds, not voice acting, just standard acting backgrounds. And so that's why I kind of onboarded them pretty quickly. And then I have my friend DJ who's done like some miscellaneous voices. I'm actually going to reach back out to do some more of the voices for these characters, for other characters. And so, yeah. Okay, this is coming on way too quick. Sorry, I'm actually finally looking back at what I'm working on. Oop. Okay, 1 and 2. Okay, yep. So, well, what are we waiting for? Let's play. Okay. Chill. Okay. So, yeah. Not to suddenly just like go mute, but I am gonna take a quick second here and finish up these bubbles. I'm still happy to talk. Just getting the bubbles done. Okay, so let's actually go back and let's watch this entire thing from the beginning with the bubbles. So,
I'll be honest, never heard of this game before.
I think you'll like it. It's complicated.
I like complicated things.
Objective of the game. Each player will be assigned a group of creatures.
I hate
to begin
that
developing
bubble's
a
peeking out of the
civilization
corner.
with. Play through multiple generations and seasons to evolve your creatures and your empire as you seek territorial and resource domination.
So, it's a town sim game.
Yes, but not just a town sim game. It's a historical town sim game.
How historical are we talking here?
Well, I mean, within reason. The evolutions happen.
let me see if there's actually, can we, real quick. That should look better. Should look way better. And the fact that the bubbles cover their faces also sits unwell with me. There we go. That looks better. Anyway, any other questions for me, Unstable? Sorry. I wasn't trying to blow you off. I've noticed character design change over time. Is it for character emotion like in anime? You know, I wish I could say that it is like that deep. But actually what it is it's the animators, or not animators, the artists settling in and getting more comfortable with their animation. But I agree that the art style settling has kind of gotten to be more like confident, right? And it does, like, as the emotion of the stories progress, like the art styles progress along with it. So yeah, I mean, it definitely works towards that. I think that's just an unintended consequence that it works towards that. But I don't fault you for reading into it that way. And I think like that's actually a really cool interpretation of that. And there's stuff that I have not revealed about the comics that I won't reveal for some time. But like, technically speaking, like that thought that you have there could like actually be a way of reading the comics in a very intentional and purposeful way. I don't want to say too much because I don't want to give away some like kind of really big secrets. But like if you read the comics and you're like, well, wow, the line density is higher and therefore it is more serious. It's like reading it like that like actually has like genuine implications to plot and character that are very, very subtle. So yeah. So I like that idea, and I'm adopting that. That's true now. It's canon. Because I said so. Will we see family members of Lime and Lemon later on? Yes, to an extent. But my plan for now is to save that for animation. So probably not in the comics. Apart from the one comic where Lime has her like mother and father yelling at her as a child. But apart from that, probably not going to see them in the comics. If you see them in the comics, that either means, one, I came up with a really good storyline where I wanted to involve them, or two, we had to change plans again with the comics. You know, and we had to prioritize them over animation again. But yes, ultimately, their family is alive, their family's healthy. I know we have a lot of like characters who it's like, my dad died in the war, right? Whatever. But it's like Lime and Lemon have a father and mother who are both alive and exist. Do you all have a Discord? Not yet. There's one big reason why I haven't done a Discord yet. Moderation. If we did a Discord, I know that they have like mod bots, right? I know that you have like bots that can prevent people from like being able to swear, and they'll like kick them out if they do. But the problem is like, I don't feel like creating like a Lime and Lemon like sewer system, you know? Like if we actually had some like really dedicated people in our staff who are like, yeah, you know what, I could help moderate a Discord server for a little bit. Like that wouldn't be like a paid position, but just like, you know, yeah, I can help out. Yeah, I can moderate your Discord server. I'd be a little more open to it. But I'm resistant because I don't really have the people who are interested in like doing that sort of thing, moderation, and I don't feel like creating yet another public cesspool of people just being like awful human beings. Because go ahead and look at some of those servers. Like if there is no moderation, it is anarchy. It is pretty much like X is right now, which I don't still kind of question why we have a Twitter at this point. Lime and Lemon does have a Twitter, by the way, but I question it every time I get on there and I see what other people are posting, and I'm like, why do you want to live in this filth? Like, get off this platform. I despise most forms of social media. YouTube is an exception. I only despise like half of YouTube. The other half I tolerate. But yeah. No. Will we have a Discord in the future? I think is like the follow up to that. Probably eventually. Once I feel like, one, we've developed a fan base big enough to deserve it, and two, once I feel like we have figured out, like, how am I going to moderate this, right? Because that's the other problem. So let's see, what kind of sound effects can we add to this? This is usually the most fun part.
I'll be honest, never heard of this game before.
I think you'll like it. It's complicated.
Oh yeah, you know what? The Spotify is turning off, and the reason the Spotify is turning off is because we're getting into the part of sound design that I need to have my full attention on.
I'll be honest, never heard of this game before.
I think you'll like it. It's complicated.
I like complicated things.
Objective of the game. Each player will be assigned a group of creatures to begin developing a civilization with. Play through multiple generations and seasons to evolve your creatures and your empire as you seek territorial and resource domination.
So, it's a town sim game.
Yes.
I'm kind of hating that I can't think of too many sound effects that would go well with this. I mean, the music might just have to carry this particular short.
Yes, but not just a town sim game. It's a historical town sim game.
How historical are we talking here?
Well, I mean,
This one here, so there's a paper that like suddenly pops up. So we could do a paper sound effect. So we can do a paper sound effect there. Ask more questions. I'm happy to answer. When I go back to working, it simply means 1, I've answered your question, and 2, I've also realized that I need to keep working. Okay. So I don't want to do that. Ambience. I don't need that anymore, and I shouldn't need that anymore. Import files, not responding. I'm thinking. Okay, yeah, I appreciate it. Glad you're thinking. Sorry that the Spotify went away, but such is the nature of sound design. Plus, wait, what did you make work? Oh no, all of my Pokemon magic effects aren't supported? Oh, I got it set up to stream. That's good. Good for you, Bubba. What is going on? You see this thing like fidgeting in the corner down here? I got my mouse pointed at it. It is flipping out. Yeah, and I know that we've like for our artists, we've found them through Twitter and Fiverr, I think is the other one. Or maybe it was Upwork. One of those. Like those are good for finding people, I agree. But I mean like creating like a Discord community server, you know, for like every 2 people who go in there thinking that they're going to find a job, like there's 50 million other like booger pickers that just you know, are there to wreak havoc and cause chaos and say slurs. Things I'm not interested in. Is their universe more like our own, or does it differentiate itself somehow? Yeah. Slothers, I know you don't think this, but you are all the better for it being a ghost town, my friend. That just means that you don't have to deal with moderation problems. Anyway, so the question about the whole universe thing, I will do this while I am looking for my sound effect that is labeled paper, or actually I think it's like labeled something else. It is, I mean, I would say the universe is pretty distinct. Like, depends on how distinct you want to talk about. Like, yes, there's trees. Yes, there's technology. Yes, they have bricks and they make houses out of like stone. You know, but like the primary places that these characters live in is the northern and southern islands. This is not a real place in reality, you know? I mean, like, there's obviously tons of northern and southern islands, but like that's like their name is the northern and southern islands. That is the entirety. So, and within the universe, there's some stuff that we're going to dive into. Like I have things that I'm building towards that are kind of like secrets. And I think that, you know, divulging too much about the universe might give away those secrets, but I would say it is unique. Like, but there's also some very familiar elements to it too, right? It's not just like all high fantasy. I think I think what would be the best way to it is a mirror reflection of our reality, but the mirror is distorted, right? Because here's some stuff I can say safely. Lyman and Lemon has no distinct like date, like year that it takes place in, but the thematic like real world stuff, and I say real world because Lyman Lemon has like it has its like real world, and then it has its own fantasy world, right, where all the characters play their board games. So in the Lyman Lemon real world, it is like 80s 90s era technology, right? If they were to have phones, and I don't really think they do, but if they're to have phones, they have flip phones. TVs are more analog than they are flat screen. Dungeons and Dragons, or rather Caves and Cryptids, is like actually just becoming an in fad. It has not been like popular for ever and ever and ever. It's actually like a new and hip thing. It is. There's other stuff I don't want to talk about, but like it's set in like the 80s and 90s technology. But there's stuff that goes on in that world that is not any era, because it is fantasy. So the 80s. Here's why I don't say the 80s, because we've already stolen some stuff from the 90s. Like there is some late 80s, early 90s styles that are like dressing styles that are gonna pop up pretty soon in season 2. And also 90s is the very start of the information age, and these characters definitely live in computer era, but like before computer was in every home, right? It's like when you'd have like computer classes at school, right? So they live at like the very start of the information age, which is important, not also because of just like world building. It's also important because being at the start of the information age for their world creates particular parts of conflict. There are, oh my gosh, there's so much stuff to look forward to, I think, in the season 2 of the comics that kind of sets the tone for the rest of the world, because it focuses more on world building. Like there's one thing in particular I'm thinking of when I say that. Wrapping paper. What is this wrapping paper rustling? No, I don't like that. I'm looking for one particular sound though. There's some stuff that I'm excited about that I know is gonna happen because I've already written it. Page flip, that's what I wanted. I don't want that one though. Maybe this one. So take that, and we will the audio down about like 15, 14, fine, whatever.
Game.
How historical are we talking here?
Good, that works. We'll do like jungle ambience, or okay, where is, have like some forest ambience somewhere just sitting around. Forest. For now, that'll work. Can't wait to see it. What do you mean can't wait to see it, dude? You literally have access to the sheet that has all the comics on it. You could literally see it anytime you want.
Historical Townsend game.
How historical are we talking here?
Well, I mean, within reason. The evolution's happening in order like they did with our
Yeah, see, that works. And then actually have some fighting sound too. So we're gonna. There's the brutal battle. There's the brutal battle. This is actually an ambient effect, please. Even though I don't know that I'm going to use anything else, but like, I definitely want this to be lower on the volume level because I know it's a higher volume thing.
The evolution's happening in order like they did with our ancestors, with a little science fiction in the mix. And there's also a cool late game where we'll get to reenact real ancient battles.
Ooh.
Who's my favorite character? Lime. She's the protagonist. People would think I would like Seesaw because I voice Seesaw. I actually don't like him at all. He's like my least favorite. Even though like I like what we're doing with him, like Seesaw is a necessary character, I would say, because he rocks the boat in really important ways, and he plays a significant role throughout the story, even as kind of a side character, because he is the third wheel. And I think that's fairly obvious. The title itself is Lime and Lemon. Of course, your favorite's Mrs. Cypress. We understand. But, you know, the title's Lime and Lemon, right? So it's not Lime, Lemon, and Seesaw. Seesaw is the third wheel. He's a secondary character. But he gets played up as like a very, you know, primary secondary character. And part of that is because it's season 1. And Seesaw's role in season 1 is bigger than it is in subsequent seasons, though he remains a friend of the group. He, you know, remains part of the story throughout, but his role in season 1 is bigger than all subsequent seasons, so he gets played up like he's also a primary character, just because to season 1 he is important, exceptionally important as opposed to other seasons. So that's why. You didn't ask that. That's just, I'm telling you that. But my favorite character is Lime. She's the protagonist. She's really fun. Why does Seesaw live in a trash can? That's a great question. I'm not ignoring you. I'm just not going to answer that.
We'll get to reenact real ancient battles.
Ooh.
Do they have the Siege of Cherry Blossoms?
Yep.
Great Island Wars?
1 and 2.
Okay, so he picks up something. So we got to have a pickup sound. Why does Seesaw live in a trash can? It's a good question. I guess I could say this. I know some like-minded people who you would want to be in contact with. I know some people who have that exact same question in Comic 9. So, you know. But that's all I feel comfortable saying about Seesaw being in a trash can. I'll let you think about it. Go look back at Comic 9. Because he can. I mean, come on, dude. He's a seagull. He's a trash bird, dude. Like, of course he's gonna live in a trash can, dude. Will the animated pilot be taking scenes from the comic? Nope. Not episode 1. Definitely not. Yeah, no. So the way the comic is written, I will elaborate a little more on that. The way the comic is written, it is supplementary to the show. Yeah, that is the comedic surface level reason why he lives in a trash can, because he's a seagull. That's the like comedic surface level, non-cryptic reason. Yeah, no. So the way the comics work is, the comics are tied to season 1 of the story. Both season 1 and season 2 of the comics will be tied to season 1 of the story. So when you go and see season 2 of the comics out next year, we're still actually talking about story beats that are all season 1 story beats. So, you know, nothing new there. But the comics play into the story as like a supplemental element to the season that they have overlapping beats, but in some places they cross, and in some places it's just purely supplementary. And none of the comics touch on the pilot because I don't want to spoil the pilot. It's as simple as that. There's a lot of cool things we want to do with the pilot that we just rather wouldn't spoil with comics, you know? In fact, so like, here's the thing. Right now we actually have like 2 pilots. So we have the little sort of like mini pilot that we want to... Been so busy from social media. Hi, Super Manga. It's been a minute. How much of the pilot is done? So we have 2 pilots. One is the 20-minute version. Of the 20-minute version, we are actually only working on the first 4 minutes right now. And the only reason we're working on the first 4 minutes right now is because the first 4 minutes is the first 4 minutes of the episode. It is a self-contained story, and hopefully the first 4 minutes does well, we can get enough money to finish the other 16 minutes of the pilot, right? Of the full pilot, right? The 20-minute pilot. So, and then how much of the pilot is done? 100% of the animatic is done for the 4-minute animation. Yeah. I know. I'm looking forward to showing you guys some more of this series. So, but 100% of the animatic is done. And I think it actually just needs to be compiled, and then we could like, I don't know if we want to release the animatic because it is rough. But we could actually release the entire animatic for the 4 minutes. Because it is all completed. So, I think I'm not lying in saying that. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the animatic's completed. If it's not completed, it's like 98% completed. It's like a touch-up point. Because I've had it sent to me multiple times. It's like, this is the full animatic. And I'm like, no, go back, add these 2 parts. And then they add the 2 parts. And I'm like, this is the full animatic. And I'm like, you didn't draw this. And they draw that. And they're like, this is the animatic. Like, so, if it's not done, it's like 98% done. Hopefully this channel explodes in the pilot. Ready to see you guys go far. I'm ready for the pilot to just be done, dude. That thing's a headache. I'm excited for it, but I can't talk about it publicly without just being sad. It's been so much work trying to get that thing done. Dear God, 20 minutes. Yeah, well, I want it to be a full episode, right? So like the mini-sode, right? The 4-minute mini microcasm is, 1, it's a self-contained story. 2, it actually attaches to that 20 minutes. And 3, the whole reason we have the 4-minute one is to like inspire people to give us money to do a 20-minute one. Because I want I want a full show. I want 20-minute episodes. I want a full freaking show. And even if the show ends up like being shorter in subsequent episodes, like 12, 13, 15 minutes afterward, I feel like the pilot episode certainly has to be the longest and kind of set like the benchmark of like what a season opener should be in content. So even if we like back up and we say, okay, a 20-minute episode's a lot, how about we do like a 15-minute episode next or something like that? Like, fine, but like the pilot episode needs to be the biggin, right? It needs to set everything. And so I remember back when you guys started, I was baffled you guys weren't big on channel, how good you guys did on the shorts. You know what baffles me is that we haven't hit 1,000 subscribers yet, and there's one very clear reason for it. And by very clear, I mean extremely muggy and cryptic. YouTube, after Comic 15 short was released, stopped pushing our content. It just stopped. We went from 15K views down to what, like 70? And then we couldn't break 100 for like a month and a half on views on shorts. We couldn't break 100 after we had just like done like 8K views, 9K views, 13K views, 15K views. Like, we were constantly hitting and hitting home runs. And then YouTube is just like, nope, people aren't interested in this anymore. Or, nope, we're not going to push it anymore. And so they just stopped pushing our shorts. And so you'll find that short 16 through 21 has like no views on it. None. Stopped pushing it, threw it completely out of the algorithm. I don't think it ever hit the algorithm. Just nothing. And then we finally uploaded, because we finished all the shorts, right? We finally uploaded that like compilation of all the comics. And that has slowly been kind of like steamrolling. It's like week 2, it's still like getting about 50 views every day, which is cool. But I think part of that's that it's not a short, and then part of it is because it's like this massive compilation of everything. So. Yeah. Like a Kickstarter or GoFundMe or Patreon route, we will eventually go that way, but we don't have enough subscribers to make it make sense. Because you got to think of like, you're looking at like maybe 1 in 100 that'll donate like $5, right? That's being generous, really, with my math. So like we could do a Kickstarter, GoFundMe, whatever the fuck. It's not gonna blow up at our current size. So we actually need a pilot before we can create one of those. And then once we create it and like people are like, whoa, this is amazing, then we can create a like Kickstarter, GoFundMe, whatever. Yeah, eventually we're gonna do that. Right now we haven't because it doesn't make sense. So yeah, that's if YouTube hadn't like, I don't know, shifted its algorithm in July or whatever the hell happened, we probably would be at 1,000 plus subs right now, because we would be, we would have kept hitting, right? We would have kept getting algorithm beat after algorithm beat, because every time we'd get those like 8 or 9K view shorts, like we would also get an influx of like 30 to 50 subscribers like per short. So this was like a weekly influx of like 30 to 50 people, and it was like feeding our channel. It was life bread. And then gone, just completely gone. And it was devastating. I'm sure there's actually I know a couple of those shorts are lackluster, but then there's like some ones too where I'm like, if you would have just shown this to people, they would have loved it. Find it difficult to Laxadaisy, Hello Box being the big ones, Fox in Space Letterbox, yeah. Yeah, this is the era of animation of crowdfunded animation. It's cool and scary because now that Vivzy Pop really did pop the door for this sort of thing, right? Let's just be honest, like everybody, like there was crowdfunding before this, but like Vivzy Pop, like getting the Amazon deal and then like having 2 bangers simultaneously, that was like everybody just like their eyes popped out of their skull and they're like, I'm going to do indie animation now. And it's a highly competitive market where before it wasn't really, because nobody was really wanting to do it. They didn't see value in it. Now it's, big. Lime and Lemon, yeah. Lime and Lemon on Amazon next. Dude, I don't know. Amazing Digital Circus got a Netflix deal. So, whoever wants to take it, I guess. I was looking for a box sound for this. Because I have a box sound somewhere. Fumbling with a box, that's what I wanted. Yeah. Let's see what
Ew. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's.
Yep, that worked out. And then now let's see. This is a minute long, and let's create minute long soundtrack. We're gonna create the Ancestors theme, musical theme. That should end off everything for the evening. You need freedom, which sometimes happens. Yeah. Wait, I'm annoyed because TikTok shows my videos more than YouTube does. Yeah, TikTok is just better at shorts because that's how it is. So, this is going to be the Ancestors music. So let's see. What do I want to... You know what we haven't played with in a while? Let's play with... Where is it? Yeah, we're kid friendly. That is our goal. In fact, part of what Lime and Lemon is supposed to be is it's supposed to be a kid friendly pilot, which recently there aren't a terribly large amount of those. There's a couple. I'm aware of a couple, but they're less often actually. A lot of animation in the indie animation sphere has been geared more adult. So I think ultimately we're gonna find that is gonna change. So what should we... Technically, there aren't many of those. Yeah, there really aren't too many kid-friendly animated indie animation stuff. Okay, development question for you guys. When you think of nature documentaries, what are instruments or sounds that come to mind? Like, obviously, like the birds and forest and whatever. I don't care about that. I'm talking about, like, musically. Ooh, woodwinds, actually. Did I accidentally just, like, put in brass? I accidentally just put in brass after I hit woodwinds. Tag nabbit. Okay, where was the woodwinds? I want the woodwinds. Woods and wind. There we go. Drums. I was kind of thinking about drums too. Yeah, see, woodwinds. Flutes is woodwinds. Sorry. So a lot of music making for me is just goofing around until I find something I like. Which I think is really how you should do music making, to be honest. So let's see. I want us to have like still kind of that lo-fi-esque vibe that that Lime and Lemon is known for, because Lime and Lemon, from a musical perspective, is actually supposed to be like jazz and lo-fi. The real world is jazz, the fantasy world is lo-fi. And you'll find that sometimes the two intermingle because, like, for example, Lime's theme is a more lo-fi style theme. That's because she's a very imaginative person, right? So even though she exists in the real world, right, she has like this kind of lo-fi theme that like marries this idea of kind of lo-fi and stuff like that. So making music sounds difficult. It is and it isn't. But I mean, I also have a decade of music making under my belt now, which is really weird to say because I did not realize I had a decade of music making under my belt until after I said it and thought about it. I did not realize I've had this much experience in music making. So definitely would prefer, though, some like here. Need to just, this mic is in my way. That's fun. Isn't that fun? I like that. The one thing I want to adjust. Okay, I think actually we kind of may have found our sound. Okay. Also, I just realized you guys can't hear anything because the desktop audio is not porting this in. Interesting. So let me see if I can application audio. Studio One. Okay. Okay, and then let me try this real quick. I can't see chat right now because I am. Okay, except I am gonna go now over to, what are we on right now? We're on this. Okay. Sorry, I'm not looking at chat because I'm trying to get it so that you guys can hear things. Okay. Nothing there. Okay, cool. So it doesn't actually want me to show you guys the music that we're listening to or that I'm making. So that's really cool. You gotta get going. You have a wonderful night. Good sleep. Don't forget to stay hydrated. Yeah. Okay, well, I was going to show you guys my music making process, but I think we're going to probably have to end the development part of stream here. I'm happy to stay on and talk a little longer, but even though I could absolutely very easily make music while y'all are here, you wouldn't be able to hear any of it because the Studio One and my my OBS do not want to play. They don't want to play together. So, and I'm sorry about that. I was really hoping that they would. But the OBS is not porting sound. Yeah, because I'm guessing you guys can't hear me, like, look up here. Look up here and look down here. Or I guess right there. See? So I'm moving my keys. If you can't hear anything, then it's not working. I'm sorry. Trying to get it to work. Ugh. So evil. Yeah. Would you call Lime and Lemon a slice of life series? I think in a way, here, let's get Spotify going again, because if I can't do music tonight, yes, save changes to ancestors, because I'll just take care of it later. Wow, I hope I saved that. Give me a moment. Just gonna check real quick and see if I have a warranted heart attack. Maybe. Thank God. Yeah, save it. Make sure it exists. Please. I thought I just deleted everything. Would have been wild. Oh, that was painful. All right. Now we can add Spotify back. Sorry, I'm getting to your question, I swear. Slice of life. Yeah, Lime and Lemon is absolutely slice of life-esque. So there's the IRL part to it is closer to slice of life. The stakes throughout the series and throughout the seasons are hyper realistic. I think that would be the correct way to say it. No, hyper realistic implies intensely real. Like melodramatically realistic with a little bit of fantasy involved. Yeah, like, I guess I would put it as, like, the stakes make sense, right? There's no, there's not currently, anyway, a plan for, like, in the real world of Lime and Lemon, right? Not in the fantasy world, but, like, in the real world of Lime and Lemon. It's like, you know, suddenly Lime now has to, like, fight off 100 ninjas and stop the world from, like, nuclear warfare or something stupid. Like, the stakes are realistic throughout, and there are real stakes, right? There are plot points. There are things that will be addressed. I've said it like this. I don't really care how many seasons of Lime and Lemon there are, but for the series to be complete, there need to be, I think, like 4 or 5 major points that are touched on before the series can end. Those 4 or 5 points can happen in 3 seasons, they can happen in 5 seasons, they can happen in 7 seasons, they can happen in 50 seasons. The important part is that before the series ever ends, you have like 5 distinct kind of key points that like have to be reached, and then once you reach all 5, the show's ready to end, right? So yeah, like, so what you just said is totally the kind of wacky plot that like the characters would come up with like for their board games and stuff, but in terms of like what's going on in reality for their world, none of that would happen, right? That could be the premise of like an episode, right? If they play like a board game and like that's the premise of the board game, but that wouldn't be. That is the fun thing about Lime and Lemon though, and what I really do like about the series and why I think it's like a particularly interesting series as opposed to what other people are doing, is with the like board game story element to it. It is genreless and it can go anywhere. You can do anything with the characters. They can be anyone, do anything. Because of that, like, we just like full throttle the creativity aspect on it. Meanwhile, it all stays connected to like a very earthly narrative, right? Really what Lime and Lemon is about is it is about creative people struggling to find proper outlets for their creativity, and you know, like, and then also kind of just struggling with life stuff. Like, you know, the series is like the creative person's daily struggles. Does each episode involve a different board game? Admittedly, I am fond of the D&D inspired episodes. Yes. Majority of the time, it will involve different board games. Some episodes won't even involve board games because they'll be more of that slice of life stuff, and they'll actually focus on what's going on in their reality. But they are all different board games. There will be repeats occasionally, right, for narrative purposes. But it's safe to assume that there will be no one board game that like just like completely blows everything out of the water, and like that's the one that like gets gone to like 50 different times. But if you are fond of the D&D inspired ones, I will tell you that from board game to board game, the plot and the way that things function for them doesn't change much, because the thing is like the way that the story structure works is that the characters create stories with the board games, right? And so pretty much every board game becomes a role play, right? So the stuff that you like about D&D, like if you like the role play stuff, and you think that's really fun, like it won't always be like high fantasy elves and dwarves and stuff, but like if you like what the core of like what D&D is anymore, which is just like fun fantasy role play in all sorts of environments, right? You can do whatever kind of campaign you want whenever you want. It's that, right? Narratively, we aren't gonna like be focused on like telling you like here are all the rules of the board game, right? Like, you know, we will state like the objective of the game sometimes, right? And then we'll try to tie it to board game pieces so it feels like it's, you know, it's grounded in a board game and it's not just like some random story that they went off and did and doesn't feel like a board game at all. But like narratively, it's gonna be the same, you know, because every board game is a campaign to these guys. They're like hyper imaginative, and they like turn every game into the story, which is the fun part about it, really. Will there be new characters in the season 2? Yes, I addressed that earlier. There will be new characters in season 2. We're gonna world build a little more, and character build still, but also work on world building. It sounds quite interesting. Like their chests would remind me of so this is just like a gateway into like how it would work, right? So like you put chests in front of them, and then like suddenly the world around them like changes into like just like medieval warfare, right? And now like Lime is like King Lime, and it's king because, right, the king is the piece in chess that you have to get in checkmate. So you have King Lime and you have King Lemon, right? And these two would actually be like doing battle, right? And like sending troops out and stuff like that. And like that's the story you would perceive. You would not watch these two like just strategically move pieces across a board. And like we'd also get goofy with it too, right? Like have like cities like named like Epsilon 12 or whatever, or Epsilon 7, which like corresponds to like E7, right? The square E7. So it's like Epsilon 7. It's like we have to send troops to Epsilon 7, and then so like we do wacky things like that too. So right. It's like, oh no, they've overrun Epsilon 7. Giving them domain expansions. Yeah. So. Well, Mr. Slothersby in season 2 asking for a friend. Mr. Slothers wasn't even in season 1. He's not going to be in season 2. Cypress, however, will be in season 2. Yeah. But Mr. and Mrs. Cypress will be in season 2, but I haven't given Mrs. Cypress any speaking lines. She's more visually there. Actually, maybe I did give her one speaking line in a single comment. Kind of like domain expansion, kind of. So. You truly know how to make the fans happy. Yeah, really. What was your inspiration for the characters and for the series? Inspiration for the characters is a little underwhelming. Series, maybe more cute. But literally Dusty, my cohort, he came to me one evening in a Discord call and he said, I want to make an animated series. Quick, give me the names of 2 characters. That was it. And as I recall, I was like drinking a thing of like whiskey at the time. And so I think I called them, like I said, like just like call them like rum and coke or like Jack and Coke. And then it went to like, whiskey and bourbon. We kept playing around with names like whiskey and bourbon. It's like, okay, we let's try to slide away from alcohol. And so, we were using alcohol to slide away from alcohol, which was really brilliant. So I was like thinking of other forms of alcohol, and I was like, tequila. Tequila has a lime, and then I came up with lime and lemon. So we went from whiskey to tequila to lime and lemon. That's how the names came about. And then it was like, okay, well then who are lime and lemon, right? And pretty quickly, I was like, one of them's a tanuki. Because I like tanukis. The series on Netflix done by Studio Trigger, B&A, loved that series in 2000 when it came out, and wish they did more episodes for it, but like, I did not know what a tanuki was, and then they had Michiru, who was a tanuki, and I thought that character was freaking adorable, and I was like, okay, I want to do tanukis. Bro, it could have been called anything. Soap and dish, pasta and saucy. Pasta and saucy. I would never have called it pasta and saucy, okay? Could have been anything, but it wouldn't have been that. Soap and dish. Potato and tomato. I mean, you have to think that, like, there's like some test marketing that goes on with those names when they come to mind. You're like, are people gonna watch a show called Soap and Dish? It's like maybe like a 3-minute YouTube short, or a 3-minute like short YouTube thing, but like not a series. I wouldn't watch a series called Soap and Dish. Pasta and Saucy sounds like not my kind of show. I'm sure it's somebody's, but it isn't mine. Potato and tomato is just Veggie Tales with a different coat of paint. But anyway, I thought Tanukis were awesome, so I was like, one of them is going to be a Tanuki. And then the other one was like, okay, well, what goes with the Tanuki? And I immediately thought of a fox. Dusty thought of a husky, and he was like, okay, it's going to be a husky because of compromise. And I was like, fine, it can be a husky. And then we got our artist, and the artist came around. They're like, so it's a Tanuki, and what is it? And I went, it's a fox. Then she made a fox and a Tanuki, and I was like, see, it's a fox now. And Stormy had completely forgotten that he was like all about huskies, and so it's like, okay, it's a fox and a Tanuki. And I feel like that really works out well, because even though it's not an anime, I think that there's a lot of things from these characters that are anime inspired. And so there is like also this genuine tie to like Japanese culture, and then like the Tanuki and the fox are both considered like these like kind of trickstery characters. And so taking that in like a lighthearted sense and like thinking like, okay, so they're tricksters, so they're charismatic, they're innovative thinkers, they must have a good imagination, right? And then the Tanuki is like known for shapeshifting, right? So you add shapeshifting into the mix because the characters can take on different forms in the board games, and it's like, okay, like this just works perfectly, right? And know that the funny thing is these series have characters that are literally almost clones of the main cast. It does look anime inspired, yeah. And so like the fact that like Tanukis are shapeshifters and like all of that, it's just like it played in perfectly. So we just roll with it. But so that was the creation of the characters, right? The inspiration for the series. So there's a little bit of a cynical aspect to it and a little bit of a lighthearted aspect. I wanted a series where these characters would be able to create and do anything. Like that was kind of like what it was on paper. And then taking that like inspiration, I said, how can we make it marketable? And not just like marketable like oh, they're cute. Like, how can I sell product? I was like, board games. Because board games has the perfect mix of like, you know, creativity, imagination. I can tell any story I want. And then I can sell the board game. Right? So you make the show. So it's literally G.I. Joe, right? And He-Man and all that stuff where it's like, you know, like basically the show is a 20-minute ad to go and buy the toy. But actually the story came first. And then we asked ourselves, like, how can we also make it a product and not make it like a sellout? So don't be surprised if Lime and Lemon actually gets big, if we start selling Lime and Lemon related board games that are like the board games from the show, right? Because that was actually intentional. Because the thing is if you want to make a full show, you have to be able to make money. If you want to make money, you got to be able to make products, right? Not just the show. The show is a product, but it's not the only product. So you need to be able to make stuff like board games. You got to be, so, you know, that's why, like, I chose board games both because of the creative aspect. Like, I sincerely believe that was a good direction for the story to, like, be able to advance my objectives as a storyteller. But then, like, also it was just a good marketing decision. Like, you know, now I can just make consistently like tons of product, right? Off of each episode. It's like, oh, hey, look, that episode was based off of this board game. Now that board game exists, right? And sometimes we'll actually use board games that already exist, right? Like chess. I'm working on a Monopoly clone. Caves and Cryptids, obviously, is an allegory for Dungeons and Dragons, right? But then, like, also, like, this new special comic series that's coming out, Ancestors. Ancestors is actually an entirely self-developed board game. I am not basing it off of anything. And so the story is interesting and unique, in which case I have to like figure out what are the rules of the board game. And so what story am I able to tell by those rules, right? So it's important. Yeah, odd ones out. Yeah, having nothing to do with board games. Yeah, I mean, so our channel already like having to do with board games and games in general. So like here's the thing, right? Like board games is the easy thing, but like a series about games, like board games in particular, can still sell also good amounts of video games too. So like in general, we can sell board games and video games, and like we can just all of it, right? And yeah, so, and also the cool thing about that too is like the interdimensionality of it. It's like there is like, if you ever wanted to do a crossover, very easy, very, very easy. These characters exist in fantasy worlds all over the place. So just like saying like Lime and Lemon insert into X game, insert, you know, into X story, like, crossovers are easy, you know, like how does it break canon? It doesn't. You know, it's like, it's almost like they plopped themselves in that world instead, right? Like that world existed, and then like it was just like a fantasy world within theirs, and then they just like plopped themselves in and they played. Works so easily. So have you thought about what board games you'd like to make? Lime and Lemon platformer. Definitely a Lime and Lemon platformer, that'd be good. Yes, actually, one board game I am very intent on making, if the series is successful, is the Everything game. And I'm sure stuff like that exists, but I think what would be cool is to make an Everything game that like ties back into other Lime and Lemon board games. So like you take multiple different board games from different episodes, and you like literally steal pieces from them, and you create like this like Everything game that like steals all these pieces from all these different board games from all these different episodes, and like you just make the Everything game. And on one hand it would be cool to like do it as its like own kit, but then on the other hand it'd be cool to do it as like, hey, here are 5 separate board games that we've made for the Lime and Lemon series, and like Exodia them. So it's like if you get this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, you collect all 5, and then you can like take the pieces and you can make one big board game. So this would be another cool idea. And I think an Everything game would entail like dice and cards and, you know, a board, and so like, yeah, like mixing cereals into one bowl, basically. But like doing it in such a way with like tact that it is intentional. It appears intentional. And like put chess pieces in there, right? Even though it's not chess, like just put chess pieces in there. Put like playing cards in there, but like only certain playing cards, not a whole 52 deck. Like sending Seesaw to the Shadow Realm. Kaiba! Seesaw is like such a Kaiba. So. Yeah. But I think that would be cool. That would be my aspiration for the series in terms of that. You know. hey, if you have an animator on commission, you could just make that. Like, yeah, you could just like be like, make a 20-second animation of this scene from Yu-Gi-Oh, but actually it's this character. If you commission that, though, I will share it publicly and I will credit you or your artist or whoever does that. Like, anybody does any of that stuff for me, and like I will give them a full credited shout out. Because I just think that stuff's cool. But, you know, I say that, and then other people are going to be like, well, yeah, you should come and see my content and then do stuff for me. And I'm like, yeah, I should. I should. Honestly, just do it. Well, it doesn't sound too hard. I just honestly do it myself. Go do it. Have fun. Go wild. Send me a link later. Super Maga, who was here earlier, also commented about doing something like fan art related, and I don't ever know what happened about that, but that was fine. Like I fully accept like people just may not want to do fan art of my stuff at like this small, right? I'm not Vipsy Pop level, so I don't really care. Like if I get that, I am like humbled that people actually like my stuff enough that like, or our stuff, I guess I should say. Say my stuff because I have to create the dang short, write it, edit it, voice it. Feels like it's my thing, but there are other people involved. People who I'm very, very thankful that they are involved, because if they were not, it would not be as good. It probably wouldn't exist. So, yeah. But, ooh. It's been a fun conversation. Want to keep it going, but at some point I have to stop. Done a fan of animation of a Hello Boss fan dub. Yeah, great. Cool. Well, yeah, if people see you doing a fan animation of my stuff, they're gonna think apparently it's big enough that it's worthy of a fan animation, and they're gonna go, oh shoot. Apparently it's worthy of a fan animation. And then maybe they'll subscribe. Maybe. I think one of the biggest blunders I had recently with videos, nobody even realizes, and that is that I did not put a remember to like and subscribe little icon at the bottom of the past 2 videos that we've uploaded. And that sounds like, hey, you know, that thing's annoying. Like, why would you put that there? That sounds really, you know, intrusive and frustrating. And I hate it when I see it. It's like, yeah, you hate it because you're already subscribed. People who aren't subscribed, it actually boosts the likelihood of you to subscribe, right? Because you're probably not going to unsubscribe because that little thing in the corner. Somebody might subscribe because of it. And it actually has been statistically proven to boost subscriptions. So I really do need to like actually put that on videos that just like, hey, you should subscribe. Thing is, I also hate it. So I don't want to put it on. I don't want to be that guy, but what would be Yugi? Lime. Easy. Lime's the protagonist. Like, I mean, like, Lemon is a co-protagonist, but, like, also Lemon has, like, his own thing going on. Like, if you were to ask me who is more of a protagonist out of the 2, it's Lime. I'll try it and send a link. Sure. Now I have to decide who Lemon would be, though, in, like, the original Yu-Gi-Oh! Because, like, Lime would be Yugi. That's easy. Seesaw would be Kaiba. Easy. And I guess, like, Cypress would be Yugi's grandpa. And then maybe Lemon is like Johnny? Is that right? Yugi is short, though. Yeah, but, like, the Pharaoh isn't. Tai. Yeah. I don't know. Screw it. I need to watch the original Yu-Gi-Oh series again, all the way through. One turns into the other, yeah. Lemon is Yugi, but like Lime is Tai. Okay. Well, I mean, like this works though. This works because Tanukis are shapeshifters, remember? So that would work. That would work. Yeah. That show had such cursed rules in the beginning. Dude, the 4 kids at it with just like the finger guns. Oh, man. Yeah. Now we're just talking about Yu-Gi-Oh! Stabbing the moon. Yeah. I like how this just evolved into a conversation about Yu-Gi-Oh! Forget Lime and Lemon. Doesn't exist. You know what everybody has and I kind of hate? Card games. There could easily be a Lime and Lemon card game, but I probably will not do that outright. Like, I'm not that I won't do like a card game style game that is like Lime and Lemon brand, but like there will be no Lime and Lemon trading card game, at least that I produce, because it would be silly. There's just too many. Where could I send the link? You know, that's a great question. I mean, like, post it in a DM our Twitter. I think our Twitter's linked on the YouTube channel. You could always just DM the Lime and Lemon Twitter. I run that thing, by the way. What series reminds you most of Lime and Lemon? Backyardigans. Bet you weren't expecting that one. But yeah, no, the idea of like, because like you have these little kids that like go out and they like play and they go on these adventures, right? Same idea. Same idea. Maybe Phineas and Ferb. But I'd say Backyardigans, yeah. It's a lot closer. Also, if the Twitter, for whatever reason, isn't linked, just like, just look up Lime and Lemon. It's the same little badge, right? It's the same little icon. Sorry, I'm on YouTube Studio on here. As, like, the channel, so. Perry.
Perry the platypus.
I used to be able to do a decent Doofenshmirtz. Now my Doofenshmirtz sucks.
Tri-state area. Tri-state area.
Yeah, whatever. Doesn't matter. Grrr. I can't do the gurgle. props to whoever can do that. How does he do that? His mouth. How? I don't get it. I don't understand how this guy does this. I don't know. Ooh, I'm gonna answer a question that no one asked. So, Live and Lemon is the original cast and crew show that we did back in March, I think, or April. Will there be a Live and Lemon 2? Like, proper, like, the show, Live and Lemon 2, right? The live stream show. Yes. And we're thinking around December, January timeframe for, like, the 1-year anniversary of us starting up the channel. We were gonna do it for the end of season 1 of the comics, but everybody's schedule is crazy right now because a lot of them are in college. I'm not, but a lot of them are. And so it was decided that we'll just do it for the anniversary in December instead. I don't know if I'll call that Live and Lemon 2, or if I'm going to call that Live and Lemon 2025, because we're going to have to start naming them probably by like a year or something more recognizable than just Live and Lemon 2, Live and Lemon 3. Because once we get to like Live and Lemon 5, it's be like, when in the timeline, like, does this fall? Chronologically, it falls after 4, but like, when was 4? So. Will there be a character in the show that is antagonistic to the main characters? There already is, but there will be more. So, if you don't believe me, look at the comics again. So. Yeah, there's already an antagonist. To some degree, you could really like spin the argument that like there's like everybody's like an antagonist on Lime's behalf because she's got to like deal with everybody else's crap. But that would be, you'd be pushing it, I think, to argue that. Pushing the definition of antagonist. Yeah, just spell it out for him, huh? You're just done with my cryptic crap. You're like, it's time for me to go to sleep. I love that. I love Slothers just coming in and like being like, it's him. But he is far from the only one. I will say that much. Like, he is, like, if you were to, you know how like, right, like video games like Dark Souls and stuff, they have like tiers of enemies as you progress through the story, right? Like, he is bottom tier. Okay. You have higher tiers of enemies to reach. I do it with every anime I watch too, yeah. But they're like tiers of enemies, and he's just like the lowest tier. Does it have an ending in mind? Remember how I said there's like 5 key points that have to happen for the series to end? That indicates that there is actually an ending in mind. I realized that like those 5 key points could happen, and then the series would end whenever. I guess you could say that point number 6 is the ending. I already know, yes, I know how the series is going to end. I know exactly how it's going to end, quite actually, in fact, or at least exactly how I want it to end, right? Like I said, bottom of the barrel, lowest tier. And I also said he comes back in subsequent seasons, just less important. Remember what I say. But I will say this, all the antagonists have one common theme. I won't say what it is, but they have one common theme. So it does actually feel like you're like building up. Are Lime and Lemon just friends? I actually kind of want to stay out of that, and it's not so much because I don't know or because I know and I'm being cryptic, but I think letting fans have the ability to kind of self-discern their relationship and decide for themselves is nice. I guess I would put it like this. The story is set so that you can take it however you want to swing with it. But I leave it to you, the viewer, to make that decision for yourself. How old are they, by the way? They are between 15 and 25. And I will not give an exact age. But I will say that Seesaw is the oldest. I will tell you that number is not necessarily cryptic so much as it doesn't matter, and I don't want to pigeonhole them into an age. Because the moment I pigeonhole them into an age, then like people are like, well, first of all, consent becomes a problem. So I guess maybe they're over 18 because they're consenting adults, so that means that you can not be a freak. Not be more of a freak, I guess, if you're thinking about that sort of thing. Because you're already a freak if you're thinking about that. But you can be less of a freak, okay? But in my mind, it's like between 15 and 25. It doesn't... It's whatever. Are there interspecies couples? I defer you to Mr. Slothers. They feel like young adults or teens to me. Well, yeah, that's the 15 through 25. Young adults / teens. Wow, I covered it, didn't I? It's like I know my characters or something. Yeah, I defer you to Mr. Slothers for the interspecies couples question. Slothers, can you tell him the number of the comic? Do you memorize it? Do you know it? What if they're in their 40s? I told you between 15 and 25. They're not in their 40s. What do you mean? What are you getting at? Thinking 12. I think you're right. I think it is 12. Pretty sure you're right. Pretty sure. If you're wrong, you're only wrong by one. You're not wrong by more than one. Humans, a thing, are treated mostly like a fantasy creature. Well, here's what I will say about humans. Lime and Lemon, the story of Lime and Lemon treats them as a fantasy creature. At the same time, if you think back, how many fantasy creatures get created without having any sort of basis on reality? So, in short, yes, they're basically treated as fantasy creatures. But the fact that they're fantasy creatures in the first place, it's interesting, isn't it? It'd be funny if they're like 47. I don't think I could tolerate them if they were 47. I think it would be too much of a brain break for me. I'm just like sitting here like the little genie in the bottle waiting for wishes. You know, tell me your wish. What do you want to know? Open up. You had to be roommates with the cats. What are the? This. Now we're getting into like questions you ask your friends at a bar after you're 2 beers in. You had to be roommates with the cast. Who would it be? Not Seesaw. Because there only needs to be one of me in any given location at a time. And I don't want two of myself anywhere near me. I don't know. I think Lime would be cooler. But Lemon would not be a bad roommate. I want to be very clear about that. Like, I think Lemon would actually be like the perfect roommate if you want somebody who's non-intrusive and just like very, very casual, right? I think Lemon is actually probably the better roommate, but I feel like Lime, sacrificing some like personal space would be more fun. She's got like a higher energy level. She'd be a lot more active. She'd drag you out and do things. If you're an introvert, you don't like her. You wouldn't want to be her friend. If you're an introvert, you would want to room with Lemon. But I really do think like Lemon would be like the best roommate. He would actually be a better roommate than Lime. But I think Lime would just be a more fun roommate. Is there things that Lime and Lemon don't like about each other? Yeah. I think that's just true for most friendships. It's not like it's not like a one of those things where it's like a deeply held secret, like I've actually always hated you or something. But like they're definitely like each of them has their own quirks that the other, kind of just like puts up with. I don't think, here's the thing, like they definitely have qualities about each other that they don't like. But like I don't think they would ever I don't think you'd ever hear about it in the story because they respect each other too much to like bring that sort of stuff up regularly, right? These guys are close friends. They have lots of history. Well, they don't have lots of history, but they the history they do have is very positive, and they have like a deeply intense respect for each other. And so while certainly they have things like that, they're just like, yeah, I can't handle that with you, but they wouldn't talk about it, right? Because they're just deeply respectful, and really they're great friends. So probably won't hear too much about what they don't like about each other. Not typically. It would require a special kind of scenario for that to occur. How'd they meet? Lime was looking for new members to invite into the Hollow Games Club. Lemon stumbled upon a flyer and walked in. I know, the most boring of intros. But there's some details I'm purposely leaving out. But that is what happened. Like, that's 100% what happened. It's just, all I'm leaving out is context. But that was their first time meeting, and that's how they met. And there's none of this, like, soul child, like, actually we met, like, 20 years ago in this random McDonald's or something. Like, that was the first time these two have crossed paths. AI art. I would never ever use it for something that I would officially market as Lime and Lemon, but I am not above using AI art to communicate an idea that I otherwise would have a very difficult time communicating. For example, one of the board game imaginary spaces that we were working on, I fed the idea to to an AI program first, just to get like some really kind of rough, like back of the napkin style art, and I said, here is my vaguest idea of what I want this to look like, and then I sent it to real artists, and I was like, you know, like, use this not as like gospel, like this is not exactly specifically what it has to look like, but like this is where my mind is going when I think of this, right? And then I let the real artist take over and do real art. So I've used it for that, but I would never market it as like, I would never make an AI thing and say, hey, this is a Lime and Lemon product. I want you to pay $20 for this. I wouldn't. That was literally a hell of a boss episode. Sure. I'm sure it was. I guess I'd put my feelings about AI art as like this. If AI art is taking away my job and I'm the one doing it, then I'm okay with it. If AI art is taking away someone else's job and I'm the one doing it, I'm a jerk. So like if it's my job to communicate an idea to you, right? And like usually I would communicate with pencil and paper. I'd like draw up something, I'd scratch up something. I'd be like, this is what I want to show you. Or I just do it with AI art, and I'm just like, hey, this is what I want to show you. I'm effectively doing the same thing, right? It's me behind the reins creating something for you to look at. So. Yeah, exactly. I would do that. Lime and Lemon, I actually did immediately after, before we had an artist or anything. I just Googled like Lime as a fox and Lemon as a tanuki. And it gave me, here, I actually think I still have the AI art. Sure, we'll pull this up. I don't care. I don't know where it is though, so we're gonna have to go find it in my folders. Which I'm not sure if that's really a great idea to be digging around. I don't have anything, like, creepy in there. I just have, like, stuff that's just weird. The images I have on my computer are weird. So, let's see. Oh, yeah, I have this, like, Wojak, seesaw. I forgot about that. Called him Vocode because he has like these colored stripes. There it is. This was AI. Oh, wait, you can't see it. That is the AI art I had done for Like this, the day that we came up with Lime and Lemon, I asked AI to make this. I said like Lime as a fox, Lemon as a tanuki. Came up with this, and obviously this is not anywhere close to what we went with in the end. But you know, it created kind of a cute little thing, and that is a sin that needs to be corrected. But yeah, there you go. I gotta see that. Oh my gosh. Yeah. So that was my little AI art, Lime and Lemon. That was like the day that we came up with the characters. Had that made. And obviously from there, we've definitely gone a lot better. So let's see. Additional resources. See some interesting. Most of this stuff is stuff that you've probably already seen in one aspect or another, or if you haven't seen, it's not a spoiler. Where's Slime's character sheet? Where are my character sheets? Oh, this is like one of our character sheets. This is for walking on all fours, which is something that the characters actually do, but we haven't really animated a ton. So, trying to think, where would the character sheet? Do I not have the character sheets on here? I guess not. Oh well. Thought I had the character sheets. By the way, I love this meme. This was great. So, that I just like that meme. I think it's funny. Oh, I had this made really long time ago after I finished writing comic 17. So this is a meme based off of the comics. If you don't understand what this means, you haven't watched all the comics, so you should go and watch them. But I like that one. This is actually just like a straight up pull from comic 3. I love it. Let me see if there's a way I can get you the character sheets without having a... Oh, there they are. This is the character sheets. That's Lime's character sheet there. Yeah, the Lime character sheet. Yeah, so like walk on all fours is I want these characters to actually still have aspects of like being an animal. So they are animals and I don't want them to lose that quality. But yeah, I know. Isn't it cute? I like Lime's character sheet. And then Lemon's is somewhere around here. There's Lemon. Oh. Lime. I don't know why, but like I feel like this side is cursed. What I think is funny though is like this still has like the Fiverr watermark on it. Okay, so I guess our artist came from Fiverr. So this is when she was sending it to us over Fiverr. Now I have a version that doesn't have the Fiverr watermark, but apparently not on my computer. Yes, the animated series is going to go by these character sheets. So this is actually, these are the official designs of the characters. Apparently I don't have a Seesaw character sheet, but this is the height reference. So, of course the height reference is missing like lines, but this is height reference. So Lime is actually the tallest character, slightly. Seesaw is close, and then Lemon falls at Lime's shoulders. So he's about shoulder height on Lime. So. Now you know. That's the character sizes. Here's an emotions character sheet. I don't know that we've ever used more than like a couple of these emotions, but we have them. So. Her head is the biggest, yeah. I actually think in animation, our animators made her head smaller because it just looked better, if I recall. But Lime does have a very big head. I fully admit that. In more ways than one. Oh, hey, here's the AI lighthouse that I made for you know the lighthouse animated sequence that we have that is like our. Here, I'll just pull it back up. But like the stream starts thing. This right here. That had what I just showed is AI art. That was my premise for it. So there you go. There's AI art again. This is also a funny meme. I like that. Remember this? Remember when this was relevant? Woo, fun. So. Actually, some of these memes need to go back in memes, don't they? Yeah, here's all of the things we've used as memes before. I forget what this was about or why we did it. Oh yeah, by the way, having lime and lemon style Miku, this was like the dumbest thing I've probably ever commissioned, but I thought it was really funny. This was back when like Brazilian Miku was like a big thing, and I was just like, yeah, let's ride the trend. Lime and lemon style Miku. And I actually really love this design. Wait, isn't Lime's name Margaret? Legally, no. Not anymore. Comic 20. Fiverr. Literally, we saw the watermark for it. Glasgow.png. I love what this is called. And then I have this. This is a reference to the very first short, by the way. If you haven't seen the very first short on our channel, that is what this is a reference to. So. Oh yeah, here's this cursed image. Also from a different short. I love that these exist, though. Because this stuff is just so wild. Both get one piece of candy. He's perfect. Oh no, he's hot. Definitely one of the wildest things that we've done. That's the body garbage will get you. This is it's what living out of a trash can is. Just on a straight diet of other people's trash. In a less meme-tastic way, I'm fairly certain that Buff, Seesaw, and Lemon will return for like a board game of some kind. I haven't figured out what board game it is yet or when, but I'm fairly certain. Were these commissions? Not just like commissions for the sake of it, but like this is actually in a short. If you go and watch Beach Buffer, which was earlier this year, these are in a short. So they were commissioned for a short. So yeah. Buff Lime was actually on the commissions list, but wasn't needed for the short, so we scrapped it. We scrapped the we scrapped Buff Lime because we didn't need her for the short. So yeah. God, that's fun. So yeah. Oh yeah, this was an eclipse meme when the eclipse happened on April. The only thing I actually did differently, so this was like a screenshot from one of the shorts. The only thing I did was I added the red in the eyes, because like the eyes are already that open. Making animation memes with our characters. So that was to an extent what we tried doing really early on, and it just wasn't really catching on quite the same. The comics were a lot more lucrative in terms of viewership. It was just better. So yeah, we've thought about it, but it's not a good way for our channel to go, especially since we do have story. It would be better for like fan artists to do, and you know, ride the coattails off of what we've already made, as opposed to for us to do it. I love this. Any more proof that you need Seesaw as an antagonist? There you go. That's your proof. Yep. Sounds like he's an antagonist to life. Yeah. Oh yeah, this is actually just leftover stuff from the character selection short that premiered like in January, I think. I was actually just about to talk about that. There's Female Lemon. This is leftover stuff from the character sheet short. So there's Female Lemon. And where is it? There's male lime. These are the only two I have gender bent right now. But it was actually for a short that we already posted. So, yep. There's male lime. You saw female lemon. They both exist. And we will see about using them in the future to some extent. Any other bases that I can tell you I've already covered? Yeah. This one is actually, I think, my favorite. I don't know, something about female lemon is just, it works really well. I mean, male lime works pretty well too, but like, female lemon, it's just like different enough that like you can see it and you believe it. So. Oh yeah, here is I forgot about this. This was a rough draft of the what you saw earlier. I'm terrified of this, and I don't know why I brought it up. I'm putting it away. I don't want to look at it anymore. What issues have you run into artists specifically? Deadlines is an easy one. But more than that, I think one of the biggest issues I run into artists is... Here's the thing, I've had primarily pretty good artists. There's only one group of artists that I've had trouble with, and the only trouble I've had with them is unrealistic expectations, which has resulted in very poor deadline assessment. And when I'm talking very poor deadline assessment, I'm not like, oh, you know, it's a day late, or even, oh, it's a week late. No, I'm talking about, hey, it's going to be about 3 months later than I predicted, but we'll have it done by this month, I swear, and then still not having it done. Animators are always like the worst to have to work with. I'm going to be honest with you, and I realize you're an animator, so understand this, that your market is very tight in terms of how many people want to be in your job position, but also it's full of people who suck to work with. So I think the biggest thing that you can focus on as an animator is customer service. How good are you to your clients? Because if you have amazing customer service, then you will immediately blow most of your competition out of the water right away. So just like, if you're an animator, focus on customer service. Almost focus on customer service more than animation. Because you can, you know, most people don't know how to animate, right? So they will take what you give them with open arms if you are like a really kind and kind of like provenly tried and true dedicated individual, right? Just be good at customer service, okay? If you're going to animate, be good at customer service. And you will be leagues above all of your competitors. Yeah. Well, and I mean, I've talked to these people, right, about it. And I was like, hey, if you told me up front, you were like, hey, this is going to take 6 months to animate, you know, I would have been like, all right, fair enough, right? Okay, it's going to take 6 months to animate. I understand that's a process. You know, let's get you 6 months. Let's put it on the calendar 6 months from now. That's what it's going to take. We'll figure out what we need to do in the meantime. Right? But then if you tell me, oh, hey, this animation, it's only going to take me like 2 weeks to finish. And then it gets to 2 week mark and it's like, okay, so you finished? And it's like, actually, it's going to take me another 2 weeks. You get to the 2 week mark. It's like, actually, I'm almost done. It's going to take me just 2 more weeks. I've lost my trust phenomenally from the first moment that we discussed, right? And now I really don't like working with you because I don't know what the honest answer is, right? I would rather be told this animation is going to take me 6 months to get. Okay, I can live with that, right? And I can plan with that. I can make plans. I can be like, okay, we got 6 months till this happens. What are we going to do in the meantime to kind of... So, yeah. That's why I keep talking about setting realistic expectations, right? For yourself if you're an animator. Like, do not tell people this can be done in X amount of time unless if you know with confidence that it can be done within that amount of time. And in fact, you should probably overestimate the amount of time you need because if you get it done sooner than that, that's just, again, good customer service, right? So if you're like, hey, this is going to take me 6 months to animate and you know it'll probably only take you 5, great. Send it in 5. Plan for that. Plan for sending it in 5. But keep telling me 6, right? Because you never know what happens. Especially over a scale of that time. You might need that 6 months. So, And then I'll just be all the happier if you're like, hey, it's 5 months in. I know it's going to take 6 months. But here's what I have right now. It's pretty much done. Is there anything you want me to change or add with this last month? And then like, immediately, whoever your client is going to be like, yeah, actually, I'll hear if you have some extra time, I'll take this, and this, and then you can be like, okay, I'm fine with that, but that is, a little bit more than what we talked about. And so that's going to be a slight upcharge, but I can get it done within the month. And then it's like, okay, great, let's do it. And then, you get extra money and they get their extra little bit of animation, whatever they want, because they planned out already for that month to be an animation month. And it just works out better. It just works out so much better. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Here's the thing. I went into all of this knowing how long animation takes because I have done 3D animation. I don't do 2D, right? So I know that drawing is a lot different and there's different hurdles and stuff that you have to overcome with that. But I know keyframes, I know what kind of logistic hurdles you have to go through to get into and through animation. And I just like when they told me it could be done so quickly, I was already skeptical, but I was like, okay, well, you're the animator. I'm not. Not in this case anyway. So I was like, if you say it can be done in that amount of time, that's great. We'll do it then. And it wasn't. And I was annoyed, and I wasn't really so surprised as I was just frustrated, right? Because I know animation takes time, so it wasn't just like, what do you mean you can't get all of this done in a month? I was more like, yeah, that's what I thought. It's like, I guess I should have trusted my gut instead of you, which doesn't seem right because you're the animator, but apparently I know more than you. How do you go about haggling? I do save a lot of money from knowing character animation. I just suck at backgrounds and special effects. For me personally, I'm very bad at haggling. And by very bad, I mean it's non-existent. You tell me a price and I say, okay. And I'm just like, okay, I'll pay that. Or if it's too much for me, I'll go, that's too much for me. And I'll leave you. My partner, Dusty, he is the haggler. He actually got most of our people on staff commissions, so he haggled into some really, really good deals. And part of the reason we were able to last so long on stuff is because of his haggling, right? He got me working with some of the best people that you could work with for the price that they are at. And so I'm very, very thankful for that. I let him do all the haggling, though. I didn't do any of it. Yeah. See? So you use rigs, though. Our guys are all hand-drawn, which is another problem. Hand-drawn takes a lot longer, and they were still saying it could be done with, like, in a certain amount of time, and I was kind of like, okay. But it couldn't be done within that amount of time, so. And that did not surprise me. I was just pissed off because they told me it could be, and then they couldn't do it, so. I would have been a lot less annoyed at them if they had just told me up front it's going to take a while. So. Yeah, 2D and 3D. I mean, I think a lot anymore is just a mix of 2D and 3D. That's kind of where the industry is going. It's hard to do all 2D, right? Especially when there's certain benefits with like 3D that's just undeniable. So. Anyway, I think it's about time for me to get off, because this stream has gone on way longer than it really needed to for a development stream. I really wish I could have done the music part live with you guys, but you wouldn't have been able to hear a dang thing, so it wouldn't have really been worth it. But I really do appreciate you for coming out, and thank you for anybody who's watching all 4 hours of this. Holy cow. Hopefully you realize you're going to enjoy the last 2 hours a lot more than you enjoy the first two, so. I appreciate you all for coming out, and I appreciate you, Unstable, for being around. Thank you for Sothers also for being here. And yeah, we will see about getting that live in Lemon 2, and then of course expect a short / video of some sort coming up on Friday. So yeah, anyway, thank y'all for watching.